Chapter 64. The dragon let out a roar at Punanzi and charged at him. Punanzi sneered. He flicked the sword with his finger and shouted, "Beast, come back!" The dragon's body trembled and became dispirited. It unwillingly returned to the ZU celestial sword, and the entire sword became dim. Lu Wenju and the old woman looked at each other and both sighed. The old woman's expression was bleak as she said, "Forget it. All Hong Yu sect disciples listen up and follow us to leave." With that, she reluctantly looked around, let out another sigh, and floated into the air. Punanzi narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, "My Xian Dao sect is recruiting disciples. If any of you want to join, you can stay here." The 10 Foundation establishment elders all had strange expressions on their faces. Aside from 2 standing next to the old woman, the other 8 looked at each other and didn't follow. Lu Wenju was startled. His expression slightly changed. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. He let out a sigh, shook his head, and flew into the air to stand next to the old woman. The old woman suppressed the anger in her heart and said, "Everyone has their own ambitions. If you don't want to follow, then I won't force you." The elders of Huang Long's generation all hesitated for a bit. In the end, aside from Huang Long, Dao Su, and the red-faced elder, no one else moved. Only the 3 of them flew into the air and stood behind the 2 core formation elders. Of the dozens of inner disciples, aside from about 10 that flew into the air, most of them stayed. Wang Zhua hesitated for a long time. He didn't dare to look at Dao Su's eyes. He raised his foot and then put it down. In the end, he didn't follow. The elder named Zhou hesitated for a bit and also didn't follow. As for the girl named Su, when she saw that Wang Zhua didn't follow, she pondered for a bit and put down her foot. Wang Hao bitterly smiled and said to Wang Lin, "Brother Taizhu, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going home to accompany my dad. Don't worry about your family. I'll take care of them." Only now did Wang Lin notice Wang Hao. He was about to speak when he suddenly realized something. He grabbed Wang Lin's arm and asked, "Wang Hao, what is your cultivation level?" Wang Hao bitterly smiled as he shook his head and said, "Brother Taizhu, don't ask anymore. It's a long story." Wang Lin looked at Wang Hao and no longer asked. He hesitated for a bit. He had too many secrets. If he went to the Xian Dao sect, there would be a lot of unknown dangers. After pondering for a bit, he made up his mind. Lu Wenju and the old woman waited for a while. Seeing that the Hong Yu sect disciples on the ground all had their heads down and had no intention of following, the 2 sighed. The old woman said, "Fine, let's go." With that, she took the lead and flew off into the distance. The remaining 10 or so people followed her with bitter expressions. The people of the Hong Yu sect, under the leadership of the 2 core formation ancestors, silently turned into rays of light and left the Hong Yu sect. The Hong Yu sect disciples were split into 3 groups. One group left with Lu Wenju and the others. One chose to stay, and the last group left the sect and went down the mountain alone. Wang Zhua chose to stay and become a disciple of the Xian Dao sect. Wang Hao didn't go with Wang Lin. Instead, he silently went down the mountain. There was a thick aura of twilight on his body that didn't dissipate. Although Wang Lin didn't know what had happened to Wang Hao, it was obvious that it had something to do with his cultivation method. However, since Wang Hao didn't want to say it, he respected Wang Hao's decision. Perhaps being immortal was more suitable for Wang Hao. Wang Lin's status in the Hong Yu sect was very low, so no one stopped him from leaving the mountain. As for Punanzi, they only glanced at him and didn't bother with him anymore. After leaving the mountain, Wang Lin didn't stop. He tried to use the attraction technique to float into the air. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. While he was flying in the air, his thoughts of his parents gradually filled his mind. Soon, he saw his hometown in the distance. The mountain village was still the same as before. There wasn't much change except for his family's courtyard. It had changed from a small tile-roofed house to a courtyard with a large Fu character on the front door. Although it was still early in the morning, he could hear dogs barking and roosters crowing in the distance. Early in the morning, the village was filled with smoke. Every family had woken up early to cook. Wang Lin stood at the entrance of the village and looked at his family's courtyard. His heart was in turmoil. 5 years had passed in a flash. Even now, the events of the past were still vivid in his mind. His parents' expectant gaze was still in his heart. He hesitated for a bit and felt a sense of homesickness. Then he took a deep breath and slowly walked toward his house. Before he entered, Wang Lin heard a familiar voice coming from inside. "Little brat, how can you do carpentry like this? Look at what you made. It really can't even compare to half of my kids. Master, Brother Tai Zhu is an immortal. How can I compare to him? If I can even do half of what he did, I'll be satisfied." When Wang Lin heard this, he was startled. He spread out his divine sense and immediately smiled. He had an impression of the person who spoke. It was his playmate from back in the village. He would often pester Wang Lin to teach him carpentry. He gently pushed open the door and looked at the old figure in the courtyard. Wang Lin softly said, "Father, Tai Zhu is back." The old figure trembled, and the carpentry tools in his hand fell to the ground. He turned around and stared at the young man in front of him. He could vaguely see his child's youthful appearance. Tai Zhu. Wang Lin's father rubbed his eyes as tears unconsciously flowed. Wang Lin stepped forward and hugged his father. He wiped away the tears on his father's face and looked at the thick wrinkles on his father's face. He took a few steps back and knelt on the ground. He softly said, "Father, Tai Zhu is unfilial. He didn't come back for 5 years. It really is Tai Zhu. My child's mother. Our child is back." Tai Zhu's father excitedly helped Wang Lin up. He looked at him from left to right and revealed a happy smile. "Tai Zhu, you grew taller and almost caught up to your father. You also became stronger. Very good, this is my son." Tai Zhu's father was very happy. At this moment, an old woman walked out of the room and stared blankly at Wang Lin. Tears flowed down her face. Wang Lin knelt in front of the woman and revealed a rare expression of longing. He softly said, "Mother, Tai Zhu has come back to see you." How could you be so cruel? You didn't even come back once in 5 years. Do you still have us in your heart? In these 5 years, your father and I have missed you every day." Tai Zhu's mother hugged Tai Zhu and sobbed. Tai Zhu's father glared at his wife and turned to the apprentice beside him. What a woman's view. This child is an immortal, so he naturally has to prioritize important matters. Look at yourself, what a joke. Little Six, you should go back. You don't need to come back for a few days. When your brother Tai Zhu leaves, I'll call you. Little Six beamed and repeatedly agreed. He looked at Wang Lin with envy and left. On this day, Wang Lin's mother made a table full of good dishes. They were all dishes that Wang Lin liked to eat. The family of 3 talked about the changes that had happened in the past 5 years. Wang Lin had long since transcended the mortal world, but he still felt that the food made by his mother was quite delicious. During the conversation, Wang Lin's parents asked about the giant mountain that appeared in the Hengyu sect. Wang Lin hesitated for a bit and lied that the Hengyu sect had moved, so he wouldn't be able to come back often. His parents didn't ask much and only told him to take care of his body. In the past 5 years, the family had changed a lot. Relatives often visited, and because of fourth uncle's help, his father was able to take back his share of the family property. His days were quite prosperous. His father no longer made wood carvings. He took in a few apprentices and passed on his skills. Little Six was the smartest of the apprentices. He had learned about 50 to 60% of his skills. When Wang Lin heard this, he smiled and said, "Dad, I just saw Little Six wood carvings. They're quite good. How could they be as bad as you say?" Wang Lin's father snorted and said, "Far from it. None of these people can compare to you. When you were only 8 years old, I taught you how to make wood carvings. At that time, you were already better than them." Tai Zhu's mother lovingly looked at her son and said, "That's right. Our Tai Zhu has always been smarter than them. I say, Tai Zhu, you aren't young anymore. In the past few years, there have been many matchmakers. Mom heard that even immortals can get married. Since you are back, don't leave. Come with Mom and see them. If there is a good one, we can come back together." Wang Lin was startled. He bitterly smiled and said, "Mom, how old am I? Don't worry about this matter. Little brat, there are already children running all over the village at your age." Tai Zhu's mother was immediately dissatisfied and glared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin rubbed his nose and said, "Mom, starting a family is a big thing. In a few years, I will bring one back for you. Let's not rush, okay? Taiju's father saw that his wife still wanted to say something, so he coughed and said, "My son's mother, why are you blindly worrying all day? Our Taiju is an immortal. Do you know what an immortal is? How can his wife be immortal? Taiju's meaning is to find an immortal daughter-in-law for you. Do you understand?" Taiju's mother paused and muttered, "What's so good about being an immortal? They can be immortals for 5 years. If I have an immortal daughter-in-law, they might not even bring her back once in 10 years. Wang Lin bitterly smiled and was about to speak when his mother glared at him and said, "Okay, listen to your father. You brat, your standards are too high. You don't like the girls in the village. Mom will wait and see what kind of one you can bring back." Wang Lin saw that his mother was angry and quickly smiled. "Mom, don't worry. Your son will definitely bring back a good daughter-in-law for you." After dinner, Wang Lin's parents seemed to have endless things to say. They kept asking him all sorts of questions until late at night. Only then did they go to sleep. Chapter 71. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, he didn't feel sleepy at all. He sat up and looked at the moon outside the window. He took out a gourd and took a big gulp. Wang Lin muttered to himself, "To break through the qi condensation stage and reach the foundation building stage, the amount of spiritual energy needed is too much. I need to start preparing the dew." "That's right, kid. When are you going to find the wood element materials to complete the heaven-defying bead?" Situ Nen asked. "First, I will find a place nearby to go into closed-door cultivation and try to reach the foundation building stage. When that time comes, it won't be too late," Wang Lin said. The night was uneventful. In the next few days, Wang Lin stayed by his parents' side. After living at home for half a month, Wang Lin said goodbye to his parents. His figure turned into a rainbow and disappeared over the horizon. After he left, Wang Lin's heart was filled with melancholy. He didn't know how many years it would be until he came back, or maybe it would be the rest of his life. Originally, his first choice for closed-door cultivation was the wind cave in the cliff. However, Wang Lin thought about it carefully and gave up on this place. His cultivation was different from others. He needed a water source. Otherwise, even if it was a good place, he wouldn't choose it. Most importantly, this place was too close to the Hangyu Peak. It was too dangerous. After Wang Lin searched the area, he found a cave at the bottom of a mountain. There was underground water in the cave, and there was a lot of beast droppings around. It seemed that wild beasts often came here. After carefully searching the cave and making sure there were no other exits, he used the attraction technique to block the cave with rocks. Just like that, the cave was completely sealed. Wang Lin began his second closed-door cultivation. Time flew by. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Unknowingly, for years had passed. Outside the cave, where Wang Lin was training, the originally messy pile of rocks was now covered with climbing plants. Even if one looked closely, it would be hard to see anything. During these 4 years, this place had become a gathering place for wild beasts in the mountains. There were even some rare and exotic beasts that frequently wandered about here and breathed towards the cave. On this day, 2 rays of light streaked across the sky. 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, arrived on their flying swords. The person in the lead was already a middle-aged man. He was dressed in black, and his gaze was like lightning. His body stopped in mid-air, exuding a graceful aura, as if he was a celestial being. There was a small green sword beneath his feet that flashed with a cold light, causing others to feel fear. "Third senior brother, this time, you have to help me pick a black crystal beast with a bit more intelligence. Next month is the competition to enter the back mountain. With the black crystal beast as my sword spirit, I will definitely win." Beside the middle-aged man stood a woman. She had a beautiful face, white teeth, and bright eyes. Her voice was as pleasant as a lark's. If Wang Lin saw this woman, he would definitely feel that she was familiar. She was the girl named Su who had a crush on Wang Zhui 4 years ago. In these 4 years, the originally young girl had become slender and elegant. She was even more charming than before. The middle-aged man was in a trance. After a long time, he recovered and quickly nodded. "Junior sister, do your best. Try to enter the back mountain. After I help you catch the black crystal beast, I will go into closed-door cultivation for a while." Next to the woman stood a young man around 8 or 9 years old. He tightly hugged the woman with a pale face and shouted, "Senior brother, senior sister, you guys are flying too fast. I can't even open my eyes. Since we are here, let's go down quickly." The woman named Sue smiled and said, "Junior brother, didn't you insist on coming? I already told you that your cultivation wasn't high enough, but you didn't believe me. You can't even stand this little bit of speed." The middle-aged man looked back at the two and said, "Junior brother, although your talent is excellent, you can't even stand this little bit of hardship. How can you cultivate?" The young man was obviously very afraid of the middle-aged man. He obediently said, "Third brother, I know I was wrong." The woman named Sue touched the young man's forehead and smiled. "Junior brother, just wait for a bit. Once we catch the black crystal beast, we will return to the sect." The youth quickly nodded and whispered, "Senior apprentice sister, you are one of the geniuses of our Xiandao sect. In just 4 years, you went from the 4th layer to the 7th layer. Now that you have caught the black crystal beast as a sword spirit, you will definitely become an expert in the sect. If that Li Shan bullies me again, you have to help me." The woman shook her head and bitterly smiled. "If we are talking about geniuses, it is still senior brother Lu Feng. He is about to reach senior brother's cultivation level and break through to the 12th layer of Shursan. There is also senior sister Lu Mei. I heard she reached the 12th layer. They are all original disciples of the Xiandao sect, so they naturally have the qualifications to enter the back mountain. I am different. I am from the Hengyu sect, so I have to compete. I hope I can win this time." The middle-aged man let out a snort and said, "That brat Lu Feng, isn't it because he entered the back mountain that his cultivation speed is so fast? Didn't the ancestor come because he wanted the back mountain? If it wasn't for the ancestor, how could Lu Feng's cultivation speed be so fast? Even if his talent is good, without a lot of spiritual energy, it would take him several years to break through." The woman surnamed Sue sweetly smiled and changed the topic. "Third senior brother, look at this place. I remember that it wasn't like this 4 years ago. Why have so many strange beasts gathered here in just 4 short years?" Chapter 72. The middle-aged man lowered his head and looked for a while, muttering to himself, "This place is quite strange. 2 years ago, there was a sudden burst of spiritual energy which attracted a lot of strange beasts. Since then, there would be faint spiritual energy from time to time, which is why strange beasts often linger around." The young man's eyes lit up, and he suddenly said, "Senior brother, could there be some treasure here?" The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "Some elders felt that there was a treasure here and came to investigate. However, they concluded that it was a spirit cave that gave off spiritual energy and that there was no treasure here." The young man let out a disappointed sigh and muttered, "What a pity. If there really was a treasure, then it would be great." The middle-aged man laughed and said, "Okay, it's getting late. I'm going to catch a crystal beast with a higher spirit, and then we'll go back." With that, the middle-aged man spread out his divine sense and found 7 or 8 crystal beasts. He observed them one by one. Just at this moment, all of the beasts that were breathing suddenly became frightened and began to move. Some of them even began to growl. Gradually, there were more and more growls. Finally, all of the bees started to growl. The direction of their growls was the same, a cliff covered in moss. The middle-aged man was startled. Just as he was about to tell his fellow sect members to leave, a powerful divine sense suddenly appeared and scanned the area. The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. Even with his 12th layer cultivation, he felt like his body was being seen through by this divine sense. He had no way of fighting back. The girl named Sue's face also turned pale. She lost control of her sword and fell to the ground. She let out a scream and fell from the sky with the young man holding her. The sword under the middle-aged man's feet also flashed, and he almost couldn't control himself. He used all of his strength to grab the two of them and land on the ground. Just this one action caused his body to be covered in sweat. After he landed, he clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Junior is Xiandao sect's disciple Li Hai. I didn't know Senior was cultivating here. Please forgive me." The girl named Sue also reacted. That divine sense from before made her very nervous. She respectfully said, "Junior is Xian Dao Sect's disciple Su Fei." At this time, the youth was so scared that his face was pale. He stood behind the girl and grabbed her clothes tightly, not daring to speak. The wild beasts on the ground were all shocked by this divine sense. Their eyes were filled with fear as they lay motionlessly on the ground. Xian Dao Sect. An ancient voice slowly came from the surroundings. It was impossible to tell if the voice was happy or not. The middle-aged man secretly cursed. If he was alone, he would have immediately escaped, but now his junior apprentice sister and junior apprentice brother were here. If he escaped by himself, then his teacher would definitely come looking for him. He could only hope that the Xian Dao sect was nearby and that the three of them hadn't done anything to provoke the Xian Dao sect, so they would be safe. The middle-aged man's heart began to pound, and he gritted his teeth. His life was more important. If Meng Hao tried to kill him, he couldn't care less about the others. He had to protect himself first. The woman surnamed Sue's forehead was covered in sweat. She was extremely nervous. Seeing the usually calm third senior apprentice brother pale with fright, she became even more panicked. After hesitating for a long time, she softly said, "Senior, Junior doesn't think we have done anything to provoke you." "You!" Before she finished speaking, the ancient voice suddenly exclaimed. He hesitated for a bit and asked, "You said your surname is Sue?" The girl named Sue was startled and respectfully said, "Disciple's surname is Sue." The voice became silent. After a long time, it let out a sigh and said, "You all can leave." With that, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. It was as if there was a giant hand that waved at the three of them. The three of them couldn't stop themselves and were sent flying. The middle-aged man's face changed. He was terrified. At that moment, it was as if his entire body had been locked down and he couldn't resist at all. If the Xian Dao sect really wanted to kill him, his head would have been separated from his body. In his fear, he didn't say a word. He grabbed his junior brother and junior sister, and the moment the restriction disappeared, he quickly flew away. He was worried that the other party would change his mind, so he used all his strength to transform into a rainbow and disappear into the horizon. After the three of them left, the moss-covered cliff suddenly let out a crisp sound. Large rocks fell off one after another, revealing a pitch-black cave. A man with hair that reached his waist slowly walked out. His face was fair, and his eyes were bright and full of life. As soon as he walked out of the cave, all of the beasts lying on the ground began to wail and tremble. Their eyes were filled with pleading expressions. The long-haired man was about 20 years old. His expression was cold as he looked at the wild beasts. He didn't say a word as he looked toward the direction of the Hangyu Peak. He was Wang Lin, who had been in closed-door training for 4 years. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself, "I have reached the peak of qi condensation a long time ago, but it is too difficult to reach the foundation building stage. I have tried countless times and still haven't succeeded. Sidhu, can a method you said really help me reach the foundation building stage quickly?" "That's right. Have you decided? Are you going to use my method?" Situ Nen proudly smiled and continued, "I told you before that although the foundation building stage is difficult, if you use my method, you will definitely succeed." Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he said, "But with my current cultivation, I can't even beat a foundation building cultivator, let alone capture one alive." Situ Nen laughed and said, "You don't have to worry about that. I'm here. In order for you to reach the foundation building stage, I'll risk it all again. As long as you give me a chance, I'll help you capture them. But you better find someone who has just reached the foundation building stage. That way I won't have to waste too much nascent soul essence." Wang Lin pondered a little. He let out a sigh and bitterly smiled. "Situ, this vicious method of stealing one's foundation is purely harming others to benefit oneself. The person whose foundation is stolen will die for sure. Let's wait and see." "You, how many times have I told you? In the cultivation world, the weak are prey to the strong. Harming others to benefit oneself is a natural thing to do. With such a mentality, when will you ever reach the infant transformation stage?" If you don't want to use my method, that's fine too. If you can get your hands on a high-quality wood element material and upgrade the heaven-defying bead, you'll be able to reach the foundation building stage with the wood element spiritual energy. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Situ, Nin said with dissatisfaction. Wang Lin was silent for a while and said, "How do other people reach the foundation building stage?" It's simple. Normally, as long as there is a nascent soul cultivator in a sect, they can use their own cultivation to help their disciples reach the foundation building stage. If the old man still had his body, he could also help you. In our country, the nascent soul cultivator is equivalent to the foundation building stage here. Even though there aren't many of them, it's enough to help their disciples reach the foundation building stage. Situ Nan grunted. Chapter 73. Wang Lin took a deep breath. In the past 4 years, he had reached the peak of the 15th layer in the second year. For the next 2 years, he had been trying to reach foundation building, but he hadn't succeeded. But because of his many attempts to break through to foundation establishment, his body's incompatibility with his cultivation base in the dream world had gradually changed. Now, he no longer looked like he was in the 3rd level of qi condensation, but rather the 8th level. Foundation building, Wang Lin muttered to himself. His eyes lit up, and he made up his mind. He slapped his bag of holding, and a huge, luxurious flying sword flew out. The flying sword circled around Wang Lin and stopped in front of him. Wang Lin stood on the flying sword, and his body suddenly moved. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared in an instant. The wild beasts that were crouching on the ground all revealed relaxed expressions at this moment, and all of them hurriedly dispersed. After going around the Hungyu Peak, Wang Lin stood on the flying sword and quickly flew through the air. The mountains, forests, and villages became very small as he quickly flew past them. In the blink of an eye, his hometown appeared in front of him. Wang Lin paused for a moment, then quickly flew past it without looking back. The Hungyu Peak was located in the northernmost corner of the country of Zhao. It was a remote location with many villages. Wang Lin's destination was the largest city in the northern part of the country of Zhao, Tianshui City. Tianshui City, Wang Lin had only heard of it from his teacher. It was said that it was huge and had hundreds of thousands of soldiers stationed there. Ever since he was young, Wang Lin had always wanted to visit Tianshui City. Before he entered the cultivation world, Wang Lin's biggest dream was to stand out in the county exam and become a high-ranking official in the capital. At the same time, he could bring his parents there. The thoughts from many years ago echoed in Wang Lin's mind. He smiled and didn't slow down as he flew southwest. 10 days later, Wang Lin was a bit confused. He frowned as he stood on the road. Situ Nan's mocking voice entered his ears. "I saw you fly for a few days and thought you knew the way, but it turns out you don't." Wang Lin snorted and said, "If you didn't tell me to turn left and right every time I saw a forest, I would have definitely found Tianshui City." Situ Nan laughed. "There are a lot of forests along the way. Maybe there will be some wood-attributed plants. I'm doing this for your own good." Wang Lin was about to speak, but he suddenly stopped. He looked into the distance and saw a long line of carriages slowly appear in his sight. Lu San was the head of Sky Water City's mighty escort agency. He wasn't considered tall and sturdy, but he was full of strength. He had practiced the mountain-splitting palm to the point of perfection. Even in Sky Water City, he was a rarely seen expert. Even the owner of the escort agency would treat him courteously and wouldn't easily let him escort. But this time, the goods were too troublesome, and the distance was too far, so the owner asked him to escort. Lu San was a straightforward person and liked to make friends from all walks of life. As long as he escorted the goods, basically all the Greenwood men had to give him some face. At this moment, he was riding on the horse with his eyes squinted. He was quite proud of himself. This batch of goods had been delivered. Although he met some blind thieves along the way, they were all daunting but not dangerous. The most dangerous time was when he met his friends from the Greenwood 10 Alliance. Originally, they had set up a large formation, but when they saw him, they had no choice but to stop. This made him quite proud. He closed his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. He was about to return to Tianshui City. The task given by the owner could be considered to have been completed. Escort leader, if we safely deliver the goods this time, how much do you think the boss will give us when we get back? On the horse next to Lu San, there was a strong young man. At this moment, he asked with a grin, "Head, this batch of goods is so valuable. No matter what, you should give us 10%. A dark-faced man next to Yang's son also came over and laughed. Lu San glared and said, "When has the owner ever mistreated us? What's there to worry about? Just wait." The young man was not afraid. He patted the horse under him and said with a smile, "All right, with Head's words, I, Yang's son, am at ease." The dark-faced man laughed. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. He said in a deep voice, "Head, look, isn't there a person standing there?" Lu San looked over and saw a figure in the distance, standing in the middle of the official road. His expression darkened, and he said, "Yang's son, go up and ask what's going on. If he lacks money, give him some. There will always be times when he goes out." The corner of Yang San's mouth curled up. He responded and squeezed his legs. The horse under him immediately neighed and quickly galloped forward. Not long after, seeing that the distance between them was not far, not only did Yang's son not slow down, he even fiercely squeezed his legs, causing the horse to gallop even faster. When Lu San saw this, he furrowed his brows. He thought to himself that this Yang's son was good at everything, but he was impetuous when doing things. He didn't ask for right or wrong and wanted to show others his strength. The dark-faced man chuckled and said, "This Yang's son isn't afraid of scaring the other party. However, this brat's horsemanship is indeed exquisite. He has a good skill." The person standing on the official road was the lost Wang Lin. He saw a rider rush out from the other party's convoy. The horse was extremely fast and arrived in front of him in an instant. Yang's son could already see the other party's appearance. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this person was young but had a calm expression. He didn't panic in the slightest as he rushed over. Yang San couldn't help but praise him in his heart. He pulled on the reins, and the horse immediately neighed. Its front hooves leaped to the side and brushed past Wang Lin's body. After taking a few more steps, Yang's son cupped his fists and said in a loud voice, "This one is Yang's son of Tianshui City's mighty escort agency. Friend, is there anything you need help with?" Wang Lin swept a glance at the other party and smiled as he cupped his fists and said, "This one wants to ask for directions to Tianshui City. If I have disturbed you, please forgive me." Yang's son was startled. He looked at Wang Lin a few times, especially paying attention to the other party's hands and temples. He smiled casually and said, "No problem. Tianshui City isn't far. What business does brother have going to Tianshui City?" Yang's son looked at Wang Lin a few more times. At this time, the convoy had already approached. Lu San shouted, "Yang's son, what's going on?" Yang's son turned his horse around and said loudly, "Escort leader, it's a brat who doesn't know martial arts. He's asking for directions to Tianshui City." Lu San pulled on the reins and quickly approached. A light flashed in his eyes as he stared at Wang Lin and said in a deep voice, "Friend, may I know your name?" Wang Lin cupped his fists and said, "Escort leader, this little one is Wang Lin. This is the first time I've left home. I'm currently lost and don't know the direction to Tianshui City. I hope Escort leader can tell me a thing or two." Chapter 74. Lu San carefully looked at Wang Lin a few times and suddenly asked, "Are you a scholar rushing to take the exam?" Wang Lin's expression was normal as he shook his head and said, "I'm not rushing to take the exam. Rather, I have some skills and plan to go to Tianshui City to make a living." Lu San's expression relaxed slightly. His question had a deep meaning. Since the exam was approaching, the surrounding villages and small towns would often have examinees gathering in Tianshui City, but most of these examinees would carry a book frame on their back. Although the person in front of him didn't seem to know martial arts, if he admitted to being an examinee, then he needed to be careful. But Lu San didn't take this matter to heart, so he said with a smile, "What a coincidence. We are just about to return to Tianshui City. Meeting each other is fate. Friend, come with us." Wang Lin's face was full of gratitude as he cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, escort leader." The black-faced man glanced at Wang Lin and said with a smile, "Little brat, do you know how to ride a horse?" Wang Lin shook his head with a bitter smile. Lu San pointed at the carriage behind him and said with a smile, "What are you thanking me for? When you are outside, there will always be difficulties. Little brat, get on. In another 4 days we will arrive at Tianshui City." Wang Lin cupped his hands and climbed up the carriage without saying anything. He looked back and saw that there were about 10 similar carriages densely packed behind him. Using his divine sense, he found that the carriages were all empty, so he didn't care and sat down cross-legged. Yang Sun pulled the reins and came to Wang Lin's side, asking, "Friend, why didn't you bring your luggage when you left?" Wang Lin shook his head and sighed, saying, "I met with bandits, it's hard to explain." Yang Sun was startled, looked at Wang Lin for a long time, and comforted him. "It's good to keep your life. These days it's not safe." While they were chatting, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and looked at the forest not far away. Using his divine sense, he immediately found 2 people hidden in the forest, staring at the carriages. Even when the caravan passed through the forest, the 2 did not move. Wang Lin pondered for a while and stopped paying attention. At the end of the day's journey, seeing that the sun had set and the curtain of night had fallen, Lu San said in a loud voice, "Boys, tomorrow we will enter Tianshui City. At that time, the boss will send people to pick us up. Today we won't be able to find a place to stay, so we will rest here for the night. Tomorrow morning we will set off. When we return to Tianshui City, Laozi will take you to Red Bin Brothel to find a few girls to play with." The men laughed heartily, took off the horses' harness, tied the horses together, and formed a circle around the carriage. After doing all this, everyone began to pitch their tents. Some slept, some built a fire, and some drank wine. It was a very lively scene. There were also 3 to 5 people patrolling nearby in shifts. As soon as Wang Lin got off the carriage, he was pulled by Yang Sun to the side of the bonfire. After a day of interaction, Yang Sun felt that Wang Lin was quite to his liking. He often bragged about some of the interesting things that happened in his escort business. Wang Lin listened with great interest. The more he was like this, the more Yang Sun talked with joy. Seeing that the caravan was resting, he hurriedly pulled Wang Lin over. There were 3 people sitting by the bonfire. In addition to the head escort Lu San and the dark-faced man, there was also a middle-aged scholar wearing a blue robe. This person's face was fair and clear, his forehead was wide, and his eyes were bright and full of expression, revealing a bit of wisdom. Seeing Wang Lin arrive, Lu San said with a smile, "Mister, this is the little brother I told you about. He went to Tianshui City to make a living." After saying this, he said to Wang Lin, "Little brother, this is our mighty escort agency's Mr. Wang. Your surname is also Wang, so it seems that you're also from the same family. You two have a good chat. Mr. Wang is very knowledgeable and has seen a lot of things." The middle-aged scholar smiled warmly and said, "Old Lu, don't flatter me. My little ability is nothing." Lu San rolled his eyes and said, "Who said that? If Mr. Wang's ability is considered small, then I, Lu San, am nothing. Little brother, this Mr. Wang is a living immortal. He knows everything from the heavens to the earth, especially the art of physiognomy. That is extraordinary." Wang Lin carefully looked at the middle-aged scholar. With a smile on his face, he cupped his fists and said, "Mister's forehead is full, and your eyes are full of wisdom. Obviously, you are an extremely intelligent person. The ancients said that by looking at the spirit, one can know the charm. This saying is indeed true." The middle-aged scholar looked at Wang Lin with a rather astonished look and said with a smile, "Little brother is also a person of the same path. I see that little brother has the aura of a scholar, but there is a hidden aura of a dragon. Your future is limitless." Wang Lin smiled and said, "The teacher in my hometown has studied the art of physiognomy. I have seen it for a long time, so I naturally know a few words." The middle-aged scholar laughed, and the dark-faced man to the side suddenly said, "Mr. Wang, you should also read my fortune. I am not young anymore. Can you see if I have the fortune of marriage?" Lu San laughed and scolded, "How many times have you begged me on the way here? Every time Mr. Wang reads someone's face, it takes a lot of energy. You brat, save it." The dark-faced man didn't care about Lu San's words and stared at the middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar pondered for a moment, then nodded with a smile and said, "Fine, I'll read your fortune today. Young son, didn't you also beg me many times? This time, I'll let you all see it together." Finished speaking, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was a flash of light in his eyes. Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual, but his heart was moved. He swept out with his divine sense and saw a trace of spiritual power suddenly appear in the middle-aged scholar's chest. This spiritual power circulated in a very strange way and finally condensed in the middle-aged scholar's eyes. The middle-aged scholar stared at the dark-faced man and muttered something as if he was calculating something. His right hand quickly formed a seal, and after a long time, a trace of redness appeared on his face. He frowned and said, "Lu Lao Wu, you have dark clouds covering the heavenly court, and a bloody calamity is looming. There will be a calamity soon, and if you survive it, you will definitely have a marriage within 3 months." The dark-faced man was startled. Then he immediately smiled and said, "A calamity? No problem, we are bodyguards. Even if we roll on the tip of a knife, a bloody calamity is unavoidable." The middle-aged scholar's gaze turned and stared at young senator after a long time. His expression slightly changed, and he said, "Strange, why do you also have a bloody calamity?" Finished speaking, he glanced at Lu San, and his expression immediately became gloomy. He said, "Something's wrong. My family's physiognomy technique has never been wrong. Old Lu, you also have a bloody calamity." Finished speaking, his expression became serious, and he stood up. He carefully looked around at everyone, and his expression became more and more gloomy. He said, "Old Lu, looks like it's not good. I see that everyone has a bloody color on their faces. This is definitely not a coincidence." Lu San's eyes narrowed. He looked around and said in a deep voice, "Mister, you mean that all of us will have a bloody calamity in the near future?" The middle-aged scholar nodded, and his gaze swept toward Wang Lin. Suddenly, he was startled. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed, and a strange red color appeared on his face. He leaned to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face revealed a shocked expression as he pointed at Wang Lin and said, Chapter 75. Lu San and the others were startled. They had never seen the middle-aged scholar with such an expression. Lu San's eyes flashed, and he rubbed his palms together. He moved a few steps toward Wang Lin and said in a low voice, "Mister, what happened to little brother? Did he get involved because of us and face a bloody calamity?" Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual. He calmly looked at the middle-aged scholar and didn't say anything. Situ Nan's unhurried voice came into his ears. "This little child is a bit interesting. His physiognomy technique is quite profound, but for us cultivators, it is a bit like displaying one slight skill in front of an expert. The old man just passed on his memories of killing people and exterminating entire families to him. This caused him to be unable to take it." The middle-aged scholar was sweating profusely in just a short amount of time. He looked at Wang Lin with a gaze that was not as calm as before. At this moment, there was a deep sense of reverence. After hearing Lu San's words, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This has nothing to do with little brother. Little brother's future cannot be predicted. Wang's physiognomy technique is not good enough. I can't see through. After saying this, he repeatedly bowed with a face full of bitterness. The scene he saw just now had completely shocked him. That was simply an Azura hell. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Moreover, none of the people there were ordinary people. They could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. There was nothing they couldn't do. The middle-aged scholar had learned the physiognomy technique passed down in his family since he was young. He had seen many things and knew that there were immortals in this world. Lu San frowned. Just as he was about to say something, a scream suddenly came from afar. A huge human head flew in an arc in the air and was thrown over. After it landed, it rolled a few times and stopped near the bonfire. Lu San's expression greatly changed. He recognized this person as the bodyguard responsible for patrolling the area. He immediately stood up. Yang's son grabbed the head, clenched his fist, and shouted, "Ergo, I swear I will avenge you." At this moment, all of the bodyguards took out their weapons and looked around with a murderous look. The black-faced, burly man stood beside Lu San, his eyes shining as he shouted in a deep voice, "Which hero has come here and doesn't know the rules?" "Kiki, Kiki." A sinister laughter suddenly floated over. Following a series of rustling sounds, dozens of black-clothed men crawled out from the ground around them. They patted the dust off their bodies while coldly looking at the people of the mighty escort agency. "Mountain-splitting palm Lu San, hand over the item and we'll leave immediately. Otherwise, none of the people here will remain." A skinny old man slowly walked out from the group of black-clothed people. Lu San's face was as calm as water. He said in a low voice, "I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Vulture Songhang." The old man laughed and said gloomily, "Surname Blue, don't lie in front of a real person. Your mighty escort agency is openly delivering the red goods, but secretly, you brought back a 500-year-old ginseng. Hand it over and you'll be safe. Don't drag everyone into hiding here for mere worldly possessions." Lu San frowned and looked at the people around him. He thought to himself, "How does this Vulture Songhang know that I'm hiding the ginseng? Looks like there's definitely a spy among my companions." Thinking of this, he suddenly swept his gaze and looked at Wang Lin. He laughed coldly. He gave the black-faced man a look and walked a few steps forward. He clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, "Don't say that the old man doesn't have this ginseng. Even if he does, with your martial arts, you won't be able to snatch it from my hands." The black-faced man understood tacitly and quietly walked behind Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned. Suddenly, the middle-aged scholar stopped the black-faced man and shouted, "What are you doing? This little brother is not a spy." The black-faced man was startled and was about to speak. Right at this moment, Vulture Songxing laughed out loud and loudly said, "Surname Blue, I can't beat you, but today our great elder will personally make a move. You're dead for sure." Finished speaking, he took a few steps back and loudly shouted, "Welcome great elder's arrival." Finished speaking, he immediately prostrated on the ground with an extremely respectful demeanor. Looking at the black-clothed people around him, each and every one of them had a fanatical expression as they prostrated on the ground. Following Song Hang, they loudly said, "Welcome, Lord." A cold voice suddenly came from all directions. "Hand over the ginseng or die." Just as the voice fell, a fist-sized fireball suddenly appeared from the darkness. It carried an intense heat and instantly hit an escort company guard. That guard didn't even have time to scream before he was immediately turned into a pile of charcoal along with the weapon in his hand. At this moment, everyone in the escort company was dumbfounded. Some of them didn't even hold onto their weapons, and they fell to the ground with a clang. Yang Sen's eyes revealed a look of shock, and he involuntarily said, What kind of hidden weapon is this?" Heat waves continuously spread out from the pile of charcoal. The surrounding guards all had their hair curled up and revealed a burnt appearance. Lu San also had a face of shock. He lowered his divine sense and took a few steps back. He stared blankly at the pile of charcoal on the ground and couldn't say anything for a long time. The black-faced man's eyes revealed a look of fear. He said with a trembling voice, "Immortal spells?" Speaking of this black-faced man, when he was young, he had also taken part in the cultivation sex test. After he was eliminated, he stepped into Jianghu. The memories of his childhood had left a deep impression on him. Now that he saw the fireball technique, he immediately made the connection. Song Hang had a proud expression and said loudly, "That's right. Our Lord was an immortal. Why aren't you quickly handing over the ginseng?" All the people in the escort company looked at Lu San with pleading eyes. If it was a mortal, they would still have the courage to fight, but the opponent was an immortal. At this moment, this group of men lost their will to fight. Lu San's face was bitter. Just as he was about to speak, another 3 fireballs appeared without a sound and floated motionlessly in the air. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and his interest was piqued. From the power of the fireball technique, the person who cast it was definitely no higher than the 3rd layer of qi condensation. He rubbed his chin and swept out with his divine sense. Suddenly, he found the person who cast the spell on a large tree not far away. Wang Lin was startled. The person who cast the spell was around 20 or 28 years old. His cultivation was at the peak of the second layer of qi condensation, and he could break through to the third layer at any time. This youth's face was gloomy, and there were several deep scars on his face. At first glance, he looked quite ferocious. However, the more Wang Lin looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. The middle-aged scholar sighed and said, "Old Liu, hand it over. Even if the owner finds out, he won't blame us. The opponent is an immortal. How can we mortals resist?" Liu Xin hesitated for a moment, then helplessly and carefully took out a palm-sized embroidered box and placed it on the ground. As soon as the embroidered box landed on the ground, it suddenly floated up. It didn't go to the other party, but instead flew backwards and was caught by Wang Lin. Chapter 76. Liu Xin fiercely turned his head and gnashed his teeth as he said, "You really are a spy." Yang Xin's eyes revealed anger as he stared at Wang Lin and clenched his fists. As for the dark-faced man, his pupils shrank. He could tell that the method Wang Lin used to take the brocade box was not that of an ordinary person. The middle-aged scholar was also startled. He looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze and sighed. "How dare you?" Song Xing's expression changed as he shouted. Immediately after, he leaped up and quickly walked forward. His right hand formed a claw and grabbed at Wang Lin's head. Song Xing's action immediately caused Liu San and the others to be confused. Liu San hesitated for a moment, but did not stop him. As for Yang Sun and the others, they all took a few steps back and made way for Wang Lin's figure. Wang Lin did not even raise his eyes. He opened the brocade box and saw a skinny ginseng lying horizontally inside. The ginseng stem was extremely small, but its whiskers were abnormally fine. A piece of yellow paper was stuck on it, concealing the ginseng's spiritual qi. At this moment, Song Xing had already approached. Just as he was about to wring Wang Lin's neck with a sinister smile, his body suddenly trembled. It was as if he was grabbed by an invisible hand. His body was thrown back heavily, and he did not get up after falling on the ground for a long time. The strange scene in front of them caused everyone to be stunned. Wang Lin did not tear off the yellow paper on the ginseng. After looking at it a few times, he sighed and said leisurely, "You see an old friend and you don't even want to come out to greet him?" There was a rustling sound, and from the forest, not far away, the cold-looking youth slowly walked out. There seemed to be an invisible flow of air around his body. As he walked, the black-clothed people standing at the periphery were all pushed away by this force. Apart from this, the three fireballs floating in the air also quickly returned to the youth's side and began to revolve around his body. When the black-clothed people saw this youth, they all respectfully said, "Greetings, leader." The grim-faced youth didn't even spare a glance at Song Xing, who was coughing up blood. Instead, he stared at Wang Lin and said in a deep voice, "It's impossible for the person I know to not have any changes in his appearance in 10 years. Who are you?" Wang Lin looked at the young man and didn't say anything. He took out a piece of yellow paper from his storage bag. The stern young man looked at the yellow paper, and his expression immediately changed. He carefully looked at Wang Lin and frowned. "What is this?" "I don't know. Friend, give me the ginseng. It is very useful to me." Wang Lin was startled. He looked deeply at the other party and felt a bit suspicious. He scanned with his divine sense and immediately found something strange in the air. He sneered in his heart and threw the ginseng in his hand over, saying, "Forget it. Wang mistook me for someone else." A complicated look flashed across the young man's eyes. He caught the ginseng and said solemnly, "Thank you. Farewell." With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. The moment the cloud appeared, a strange wind blew, forcing the people of the mighty escort company to retreat. The dark cloud moved and quickly descended. The strange wind became even stronger. A white-clothed middle-aged man floated out of the dark cloud. He stepped on the strange wind and descended from the sky. As soon as he appeared, one of the guards of the escort agency let out a miserable groan and his body exploded into a mist of blood. At the same time, several other guards also exploded into a mist of blood. The bloody mist moved strangely in the air and quickly condensed together to form a shining golden blood bead. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and immediately swallowed the blood bead. His face turned slightly red, and he touched his mouth. His eyes flashed, and he said, "Zhang Hu, since you've met someone you know, why don't you recognize him?" Zhang Hu's face twitched, and he respectfully said, "Master, disciple doesn't know this person." Wang Lin's expression was normal. He scanned the middle-aged man with his divine sense and was shocked. This middle-aged man had reached the peak of the 15th layer of qi condensation. The middle-aged man faintly smiled and said to Wang Lin, "Fellow cultivator, do you know my disciple?" Wang Lin calmly said, "So what if I do? So what if I don't?" The middle-aged man was startled. He carefully looked at Wang Lin and suddenly sneered, "There's no difference. You're only at the 8th layer of qi condensation. After drinking your blood, I should be able to increase my cultivation by quite a bit." Zhang Hu's expression changed. He quickly stood in front of the middle-aged man and said, "Master, this person is my childhood friend. Please let him go." The middle-aged man's eyes flashed coldly, and he said, "Scram. Go and collect the mortal blood essence for me. There's nothing for you to do here." Just as Zhang Hu was about to speak, the middle-aged man sneered and said a complex word. Zhang Hu's face suddenly turned pale. His body twitched and blood flowed out of his orifices. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows and used the gravity technique. It turned into a large hand that grabbed the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He coldly snorted and spat out a green light. The green light flashed and turned into a small sword that slashed at the large hand. Wang Lin's gravity technique had been refined to the point of perfection. The hand immediately split into two. One grabbed Zhang Hu and the other grabbed the flying sword. The small green sword immediately trembled and its light flickered. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He quickly took out a black scabbard from his bag of holding and threw it out without saying a word. His hands moved and shot out a few red lights. The moment the scabbard appeared, the small green sword that was caught by the gravity technique trembled and instantly disappeared. When it reappeared, it had escaped from the large hand and quickly fused with the scabbard. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his heart was shaken. This was the first time the gravity technique had failed. His eyes flashed coldly, and he slapped his bag of holding. Suddenly, several black wooden strips flew out. The moment these strips appeared, they connected with each other to form a whip that flew out like lightning. "Wang Lin, there's something strange about this flying sword." Situnan's voice sounded in Wang Lin's ear. The moment the flying sword entered the scabbard, it immediately let out a buzzing sound as if it had encountered a great resistance. After sinking down 1/5 of the way, it couldn't go any further. Suddenly, the flying sword's color changed from green to blue. It flew out from the scabbard and slashed at the whip. This whip was something that Wang Lin had obtained from Sun Dezhu. During his closed-door training, he had studied it and, under Situ Nan's guidance, refined it into his own. Although Sun Dezhu's cultivation level wasn't high, he was still an elder of the Hengyu auction, so he had a lot of things in his bag of holding. Wang Lin suddenly controlled the whip to turn around. It jumped over the flying sword and went straight for the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man sneered and didn't care about the whip. He held the flying sword with one hand and muttered something. The flying sword trembled and disappeared again. It appeared in front of the middle-aged man and slashed down. The middle-aged man laughed and spat out a golden bead of blood. The moment the bead appeared, it turned into golden threads and entered the flying sword. Chapter 77. Wang Lin frowned. Just as he was about to retract the whip, a red flying sword appeared from the tip of the small sword. With a speed faster than the sword itself, it slashed down. The whip immediately split into two, turning into black wooden pieces that fell from the sky. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a murderous intent. He flipped his right hand and shot out a red light. Then he clasped two fingers together and pointed at Wang Lin. Suddenly, The flying sword swung and pointed at Wang Lin. It emitted a cold and gloomy aura as it rushed forward. Wang Lin frowned. He grabbed Zhang Hu and threw him backwards. At the same time, his body quickly retreated. At this moment, the flying sword suddenly flashed with a red light. The image appeared once again. With a slight tremble, it spat out from the tip of the sword. Wang Lin only saw a flash of lightning before the flying sword arrived in front of him. Wang Lin's expression changed. He flipped his right hand and took out a jade slip from his bag of holding. As soon as the jade slip appeared, it transformed into a translucent blue light screen. The moment the blue light screen appeared, the flying sword slashed down. The blue light screen trembled and cracks appeared on its surface. It was obvious that it couldn't withstand the attack. Wang Lin took a deep breath and spat out a mouthful of spiritual qi. The light screen immediately turned from blue to green, and its translucent state became cloudy. The cracks on the light screen quickly healed and blocked the flying sword's attack. However, the jade slip made a cracking sound, and a small crack appeared on it. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at Wang Lin. With a strange tone, he said, "Looks like you aren't at the 8th level of qi condensation. However, even if you are, don't think you can escape from my flying sword." With that, the middle-aged man pointed with a serious expression. The flying sword slightly trembled and let out a sword cry. It quickly retreated and shot back into its scabbard. This time, it sunk 2/5 of the way down. Its color changed from blue to black. With a shout from the middle-aged man, the flying sword flew out of its scabbard. Wang Lin's eyes flashed coldly. This was his first battle since becoming an immortal. His opponent's cultivation level was the same as his, but his magical weapon was very strange. The battle didn't last long, and he was already at a disadvantage. His life could be in danger at any moment. Now that the flying sword had turned black, its power seemed to have increased. The defensive jade slip from Zhou Peng wouldn't be able to withstand it. Without hesitation, he slapped his bag of holding, and an ancient-looking jade slip appeared in front of Wang Lin. As soon as the jade slip appeared, it emitted a majestic aura. This jade slip was the most powerful magical weapon in Sun Daju's bag of holding. When it was in Sun Daju's hands, it didn't stand out. It was no different from an ordinary item. However, under Situ Nan's guidance, Wang Lin successfully refined it. He also learned that this item had the power of a core formation cultivator. Wang Lin didn't even blink. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy. His hands formed a seal, and he quickly pointed. Tiny golden runes suddenly protruded from the jade talisman. Wang Lin's expression didn't change. He coldly stared at the middle-aged man. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and spat out 2 more golden pearls. The golden pearls turned into threads and entered the flying sword. At this moment, the black flying sword circled around in midair. With a loud howl, it pierced through the air towards Wang Lin. Circles of black swirls appeared around the flying sword. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes intensified. Ignoring the black flying sword, he pointed at the jade slip. Suddenly, the golden symbols on the jade slip began to shine. One by one, the symbols emerged from the jade slip and lined up in a row. There was a total of 9 symbols. At this moment, the black flying sword pierced through the air. Wang Lin formed a hand seal, and the 3 symbols flashed. They formed a triangular shape around the flying sword. A ray of golden light that could be seen by the naked eye connected the 3 symbols and formed a cage that blocked the flying sword's attack. The flying sword was like a trapped beast. It let out a loud howl and charged around. Every time it charged, the 3 symbols would shine. The middle-aged man's expression finally changed. He exclaimed, This is a core treasure." The so-called core treasure was something Wang Lin had heard from Situ Nan before. All treasures made by completion-level cultivators were known as core treasures. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed his fear. He grabbed onto the sword's scabbard and retreated. Wang Lin snickered. He changed his hand seal, and the remaining 6 golden symbols lined up in a straight line towards the middle-aged man. The fear in the middle-aged man's eyes intensified. As he retreated, he took out several jade talismans from his storage pouch. He wanted to give himself a chance to escape. As soon as these jade talismans appeared, they didn't even have a chance to display their effects before they were blasted apart by the impact of the golden talismans, and they weren't able to obstruct the golden talismans in the slightest. The middle-aged man revealed a hopeless expression and shouted, "Friend, I am Elder G. Mo's apprentice." Before he could finish, the golden symbols had arrived. The first symbol landed on his chest like lightning. The middle-aged man's face turned red. His chest caved in, and he puked out a mouthful of blood. The second symbol followed. The middle-aged man bled from all his orifices. His chest was pierced through without a sound. The third symbol followed closely. The middle-aged man's body exploded into pieces along with his storage pouch. Only the sword scabbard remained intact and fell from the sky. Wang Lin took in a deep breath and pointed at the jade talisman. The remaining 3 golden symbols stopped moving and retreated back into the jade talisman. The black flying sword that was trapped in the 3 symbols slowed down after the middle-aged man's death. Finally, it stopped. Wang Lin retracted his hand. The 3 symbols quivered and 2 of them disappeared. Only the last one responded to Wang Lin's call and returned to the jade talisman. Wang Lin carefully placed the jade talisman back into his storage pouch. This talisman originally only had 1 attack. But during his 4 years of isolation, under Situ Nan's guidance, he split the talisman's attack into 9 parts. Though it wasn't as powerful as before, it could be used multiple times. After doing all this, he took in a deep breath. His forehead was still covered in sweat. This was the most difficult battle Wang Lin had ever been in since he started cultivating. His eyes flashed, and the attraction technique turned into a giant hand. He grabbed the scabbard and the flying sword and examined them closely. Wang Lin, it wasn't that the old man didn't want to help. It was just that my essence is limited and I can't waste it. Plus, you need to grow on your own in the future. A few more battles of life and death will only benefit you. Situ Nan's voice was serious, which was rare. Wang Lin nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, he played with the treasure in his hand with interest. This flying sword is very strange. That little kid didn't even use it to its full potential. But compared to the flying sword, the real treasure is the scabbard, Situ Nan explained. Chapter 78. Just as Wang Lin was about to study it, a low voice came from behind him. He formed a sign with his right hand and shot out a golden light towards the flying sword. He turned around and saw that Zhang, who had opened his eyes. When he saw Wang Lin, he was stunned. He quickly stood up and looked around. Finally, he stared straight at the flying sword and scabbard in Wang Lin's hands. His face was filled with joy as he said, "He's dead?" Wang Lin chuckled and nodded. "Yes, Zhang Hu. You didn't recognize me earlier because you were afraid of him, right?" Zhang Hu quickly touched his chest and closed his eyes. He excitedly said, "He's really dead. Wang Lin, this is not a good place to talk. Let me finish off these people first, and then we can catch up." Finished speaking, he raised his right hand and 3 fireballs appeared. Lu San and the others were completely shocked. What they just saw was something they would never dream of. Now that they saw another fireball appear in Zhang Hu's hand, they immediately revealed a look of fear. As for the black-clothed men in the surroundings, they all looked at Zhang Hu cautiously, their eyes also filled with fear. Wang Lin frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Hu was 1 step ahead of him. The 3 fireballs quickly spread out. Their target wasn't Lu San and the other people from the mighty escort agency, but the surrounding black-clothed people. In the face of absolute power, these mortals were like ants. They didn't even have the slightest ability to fight back. Even Song Xing, who was on the ground, instantly turned into nothingness. As the heat spread, several golden blood beads strangely didn't dissipate with the corpses. Instead, they floated out and were swallowed by Zhang Hu. Lu San and the others were scorched by the heat wave, and their skin cracked, but they didn't dare to move at all. Seeing that Zhang Hu had summoned another 3 fireballs, Wang Lin said, "Zhang Hu, don't kill anymore." Zhang Hu looked back at Wang Lin and said, "If we don't kill these people, I'm afraid they'll go back and say that the person you killed was my master. He was the sixth disciple of Old Man Jima. If they find out, you and I won't be able to escape death." The middle-aged scholar was the only one who remained calm among the survivors. At this time, he gritted his teeth and quickly said, "To immortal elders, we swear that we won't speak carelessly without waiting for him to finish." Zhang Hu frowned and sneered. "Don't talk nonsense. When the time comes, it won't be up to you. After extracting your soul and refining it, everything will become clear." Although he was speaking to the middle-aged scholar, his eyes were looking at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was silent for a while. Then he waved his hand, and the remaining 6 or 7 people rose into the air uncontrollably, floating in front of Wang Lin. Zhang He retracted his fireball and stood to the side without saying anything. Wang Lin took out a piece of jade from his bag of holding. This was the piece of jade he got from Zhang Kuang back at the Hengyu sect. It contained all of the chants for qi condensation from Zhang Kuang. At that time, he had flipped through it once and vaguely remembered that there was a spell called the soul transforming technique, which could expel a person's memory. After carefully searching, he finally found the record of the soul transforming technique. Wang Lin glanced at it and put away the jade slip. A blue light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, everyone's eyes became confused, and a blue light slowly appeared in their eyes. After a long time, the blue light disappeared, and they fell to the ground with lifeless expressions. Zhang Hu secretly sighed. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. After finishing the soul transforming technique, Wang Lin looked at Zhang Hu. His body moved, and he quickly rose into the air, flying into the distance. Zhang Hu took a deep breath and spat out a golden bead from his mouth. He stepped on it and followed. The two of them flew in the air for a long time. Zhang Hu was slightly out of breath and landed on the top of the mountain. Wang Lin's expression was normal as he lightly floated down. Zhang Hu calmed his breathing and found a place to sit down. He took out 2 sweet potatoes from his bag of holding and handed one to Wang Lin. He smiled and said, "I roasted this. What do you think of the taste?" Wang Lin took the sweet potato. At this moment, he felt like he had returned to 10 years ago when the two of them met in the Hengyu sect's honorary disciples' room. After I left the Hengyu sect, I didn't go home. Instead, I wandered around, preparing to find another cultivation sect. Finally, by chance, I ate a spirit grass and unknowingly reached the first layer of qi condensation. This was all thanks to the weasel's booklet. After that, I'm met by Jean. Jean was my master. He saw that I was at the first layer of qi condensation, so he didn't kill me. Instead, he took me in as a disciple to help him collect mortal blood essence. Jean planted a poison in my body, so my life and death were under his control. Earlier, I didn't want to meet you because he was nearby. Fortunately, you killed him. When he died, the poison also died, and I was finally free. Zhang Hu took a bite of the sweet potato and briefly explained what had happened in the past 10 years. Wang Lin was deeply moved. Zhang Hu's words were brief and seemed to be understated, but his expression was filled with melancholy, revealing the hardships of the past 10 years. Zhang Hu's eyes revealed a look of envy and said, "Wang Lin, we haven't seen each other in 10 years. Since you were able to kill my master, you must have reached foundation establishment. My master's flying sword is very powerful. He once said that he could only use 2/5 of its power, but even so, no one under foundation establishment could stop it." Wang Lin shook his head and said, "You haven't reached foundation establishment yet. What is the origin of this flying sword? Do you know?" Zhang Hu looked at Wang Lin with surprise, but he didn't ask any questions. Instead, he carefully thought about it and said, "I think he mentioned it once. He said that he obtained it in a cave by chance. He has always viewed it as a treasure." That's right, there is also the sword sheath. It is also a treasure. Master cares about the sheath several times more than the flying sword. I've heard Master say that aside from him, no one can refine these 2 things again unless they reach the core formation stage. Wang Lin found a rock and sat down. After pondering for a while, he said, "Tell me about that old man GMO so we can be on guard." Zhang Hu swallowed the sweet potato in his mouth and said, "Old Man GMO is a rogue cultivator. It is said that he has reached core formation and is very protective. Now that Baijan is dead, he will definitely investigate. You should immediately return to the Hangyu sect. As for me, I don't care. If worst comes to worst, I'll just hide in Tang Family City. As long as I don't go out, there shouldn't be any danger." Wang Lin wryly smiled and said, "The Hangyu sect only exists in name." Zhang was startled. He smiled and said, "I heard about this. For years ago, the Xiandao sect took over the Hangyu sect, but didn't the Hangyu sect disciples migrate? What? You weren't among them?" Wang Lin didn't want to talk about this topic and asked, "What kind of place is Tang Family City?" Chapter 79. Zhang Hu stuffed all of the sweet potatoes in his hand into his mouth. After swallowing, he said, "Tang Family City is a big cultivation family in the north. It is said that they have a nascent soul cultivator. If a cultivator wants to enter the city, they have to pay a low-quality spirit stone. If they want to live there, they have to pay a mid-quality spirit stone every month. I have secretly collected some spirit stones over the years. It should be enough for half a year." Wang Lin rubbed his chin and said, "Zhang Hu, are there any trade fairs in the Tang Family City?" Zhang Hu nodded and said, "There are. There's a big trade fair every month. All the cultivators in the area will come. Do you want to go and trade?" Wang Lin nodded and smiled. "What? You don't welcome me to go with you? I don't have many spirit stones, so I'll have to rely on you." Tang Family City was a very famous cultivation family in the north of Zhao. The family's ancestor, Tang Xingxin, reached the nascent soul stage in the last 500 years, so he didn't participate in the foreign wars between rank 4 and above cultivation countries. At the same time, he was a guest of Wu Feng Valley, which was a very high position. It was because of this ancestor that no one dared to provoke the Tang Family City, even if it wasn't a big sect. The Tang Family City's trade fair provided a platform for cultivators. Every month at the beginning of the month, the Tang Family City would be very lively. When there were a lot of people, there would naturally be some friction. It was inevitable that people who had a long-cherished wish would fight each other. Because of this, the Tang family's ancestor, Tang Xingxin, issued a ban on fighting in the Tang Family City. Anyone in the city was prohibited from fighting. The moment this ban was issued, the entire Tang Family City became serious. Also, after Tang Xingxin killed 2 core formation cultivators several times, everyone who came to the Tang Family City strictly followed this ban. On this day, 2 rays of light came from the sky and stopped outside the Tang Family City. One of them said, "Wang Lin, flying and fighting are prohibited in the Tang Family City, so we can stay here." These 2 people were Wang Lin and Zhang Hu. Wang Lin scanned the Tang Family City. This Tang Family City wasn't very big. It was far from the size of a city. It was more like a town. There were 2 smiling Tang family disciples standing outside the city gate. They were in charge of receiving people and giving out passes. Using his divine sense, Wang Lin found out that their cultivation levels were no longer secret. They were both at the 3rd layer, the same as Zhang Hu. Looking at the long line of people entering the city, Wang Lin wasn't in a rush. He stood at the very back with Zhang Hu and used his divine sense to scan the crowd. The people in front were all at different layers of qi condensation. The highest was only at the 13th layer. After waiting for a long time, it was about to be Wang Lin's turn to enter the city. Just at that moment, a figure suddenly flew toward them from a distance. This person released a powerful aura. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and was shocked. This person didn't look very old and had a gloomy face. He was about 30 years old, but he had already reached the foundation establishment stage. This person arrived at the city gate in an instant. He waved his sleeve and a strange wind appeared. Most of the people were blown away by this strange wind. Some people with low cultivation bases were even blown away and rolled on the ground. It was the same for Zhang Hu. If not for Wang Lin grabbing him, he would have been pushed far away. Wang Lin was also blown back a few steps. His expression was the same as usual as he coldly looked at the other party. That person let out a snort and walked toward the city gate. He threw out a badge, and the two Tang family disciples immediately became extremely respectful. One of them even personally accompanied him into the city. What level is this person at? How can a flick of his sleeve be so powerful? Zhang, whose eyes were filled with envy as he asked. Foundation establishment stage, Wang Lin said faintly. At this time, it was their turn to enter the city. Zhang Hu quickly stepped forward and paid 2 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. Then, he and Wang Lin walked into the city. Zhang Hu had obviously been here many times before. He easily brought Wang Lin to an inn in the city. After paying 2 mid-grade spirit stones, they booked 2 rooms. Zhang Hu smiled at Wang Lin and said, "We don't have many spirit stones left. I hope that this 500-year-old ginseng can be sold for a good price. When the time comes, we can split it in half." The two chatted for a bit more before returning to their rooms. Wang Lin sat cross-legged in his room and took out the flying sword and scabbard that he had obtained from Zhang Hu's master. After looking at them for a long time, his eyes lit up. He threw the flying sword into the air, and his right hand formed a seal. A golden light rushed out from the flying sword and disappeared. Suddenly, the flying sword seemed to have recovered its vitality. It immediately let out a buzzing sound and was about to rush out of the room. Just as it rushed out, it seemed to hit an invisible wall. It quickly turned around and rushed in another direction. After being blocked several times by the invisible wall, the flying sword let out a loud, buzzing sound. The tip of the sword suddenly swung and stabbed towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual. He unhurriedly slapped his bag of holding and took out a life-saving talisman. He formed a seal with both hands, and the talisman suddenly flashed and shot out a golden light. The flying sword seemed to be extremely afraid of this golden light and quickly retreated. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the golden light stopped chasing. Instead, it began to circle around Wang Lin's body. Looking at the flying sword, it didn't dare to move forward. It turned around and struck in all directions with increasing frequency. Wang Lin didn't even blink. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy that quickly wrapped around the flying sword. The flying sword suddenly flashed and immediately disappeared. When it reappeared outside the room, it was about to rush out. At this moment, its color quickly changed from black to blue. Its light dimmed, and even its buzzing became weaker. Without saying anything, Wang Lin pointed with his right hand. The golden light circling around him immediately rushed out and caught up to the flying sword. The flying sword's buzzing became even more intense. Under the pressure of the golden light, it slowly retreated. However, it quickly flashed again and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already at the window. The color changed from blue to green. It was the same as when Wang Lin was fighting Baijian a few days ago, before he put the sword into the scabbard. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as if he had understood something. The teleportation of the flying sword was clearly related to its color. Without the control of its master's spiritual energy, every teleportation would consume a lot of spiritual energy. The more spiritual a treasure is, the more difficult it is to refine it. Even if you kill its master, it will require a lot of effort to refine it. Situnan's voice sounded out. Wang Lin squinted his eyes. This flying sword was spiritual and had the ability to teleport. He already knew this. Because of this, his desire to refine this treasure became even stronger. Seeing that the flying sword was about to fly out of the window, Wang Lin pointed at the jade talisman above his head without saying anything. Another golden light shot out. The 2 golden lights blocked the flying sword, one in front and one behind. The flying sword tried to teleport again, but it was unable to escape the golden light. Chapter 80. After teleporting 3 times, the color of the flying sword had turned light green. Whether it was the light it emitted or the sound it made, it was clear that it was in an extremely weak state. Not long after, the flying sword that hadn't teleported was forced back by the 2 golden lights. Wang Lin's eyes became serious, and he spat out another mouthful of spiritual energy. The flying sword wasn't able to dodge in time and was immediately surrounded by the spiritual energy. The two golden lights circled around the spiritual energy like two dragons. Whenever the flying sword tried to escape, they would immediately close in, making it so that the flying sword couldn't escape. As time passed, the flying sword's struggle didn't slow down. Instead, it became more and more violent. The spiritual energy surrounding it slowly dissipated. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and spat out another mouthful of spiritual energy. His hands formed a seal, and he continued to refine. The night quietly passed, and the flying sword finally showed signs of slowing down. Wang Lin's face was pale. During the night, he had spat out more than 10 mouthfuls of spiritual energy. Even with his 15th level of qi condensation and the help of the spiritual energy liquid, he still felt tired and could barely hold on. The morning sun shined in through the window. Wang Lin's refining continued. The flying sword no longer struggled and calmly floated in the air. Wang Lin's spiritual energy slowly seeped into the flying sword. Suddenly, Wang Lin's expression changed. Not long after, there was a knock on the door, and Zhang Hu's voice came from outside. Wang Lin, do you want to go with me to the Tong Family City's equipment store? Wang Lin took a deep breath and said loudly, Zhang Hu, I'm at a crucial point in my cultivation. You can go by yourself. Zhang Hu stood outside the door and thought for a while. He didn't say anything and sat cross-legged outside of Wang Lin's room. Wang Lin no longer paid attention to Zhang Hu and continued to refine. Time passed bit by bit, and night fell again. He had already drunk 3 gourds of spiritual energy, but the flying sword was still not finished. Helplessly, Wang Lin could only ask Sidu Nan for help. Little brat, you finally found me? I've been waiting for you. If you're willing to close up for 10 years and use a large amount of spiritual energy liquid, you might be able to refine it. I'm not talking about the heaven-defying bead space. I'm talking about the real world. Situ, Nin said slowly. That long. Wang Lin frowned. Of course, this is a pill treasure, and a super high-grade one at that. It must have been created by some madman in the late core formation stage. In the moment of reaching the nascent soul stage, he disregarded his own safety and even risked failing to reach the nascent soul stage. He really is a madman. In the past, I also wanted to be like this, but after thinking about it for a long time, I still didn't dare. You have to know that it doesn't matter if you fail to form your nascent soul, but it's the most dangerous period of time. A single mistake could cause your own divine sense to collapse, and you would die without a burial. That Baijan must have received help from the creator of the flying sword at that time. That was how he managed to refine it. If this old man's physical body was still here, I would naturally be able to refine it easily. However, as of now, I am unable to do anything. However, Situ, Nin slowly said. Wang Lin was now familiar with Situ Nan's temperament and knew that this old man liked to keep people in suspense. He was not in a hurry and waited for Situ Nan to continue. After a while, Situ Nan sighed and muttered, Forget it, I'll tell you. Using normal methods to refine this thing takes too much time. I'll teach you a method called the blood refining technique. The good thing is that you can make the flying sword your own, but the bad thing is that if the flying sword is damaged, you will be affected as well. This kind of damage is many times more serious than using other methods. Wang Lin thought for a while and said, Tell me, how do I use this blood refining technique? Situ Nin wanted to keep Wang Lin in suspense, but he knew that Wang Lin was going to ignore him. So he told him the method, but at the end, he made a request. I haven't touched a woman in many years. No matter what, you have to let me have my fill, even if it's just watching. Wang Lin didn't say anything and followed Situ Nan's method. His hands formed a strange technique, and he bit the tip of his tongue. He spat out a mist of blood that contained spiritual energy. His right hand changed the technique and immediately drew a strange symbol in the air. Once the symbol was drawn, it immediately entered the mist of blood. The mist churned and quickly shrank into the symbol. Gradually, the blood color of the symbol became thicker. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he slapped the air with his left hand. Immediately, the symbol landed on the flying sword. The flying sword trembled and immediately emitted a white gas. Wang Lin immediately spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression was a bit weak, but his eyes were even more determined. He waved his right hand, and an even stranger symbol was drawn. After the symbol merged with the mist of blood, it landed on the flying sword. This process continued for several hours until the morning of the third day. A sword hymn came from Wang Lin's room and immediately disappeared. Zhang Hu, who had been sitting cross-legged outside his room, suddenly stood up. Wang Lin's door silently opened. Wang Lin had a smile on his face and was in a very good mood. He said, "Zhang Hu, thank you." Zhang Hu looked at Wang Lin with a strange expression and said, "What kind of technique are you practicing? Why did I hear a sword hymn just now?" Wang Lin opened his mouth and a small green sword immediately flew out. The moment the sword appeared, the smell of blood filled the air. Zhang Hu was startled and involuntarily said, This is my master's flying sword? You finished refining it? Huh, why is there such a strong smell of blood?" Wang Lin nodded and waved his right hand. The flying sword instantly returned to his side and was swallowed by him. Regarding the smell of blood, Wang Lin was quite annoyed. After Situ Nin finished refining the sword, he slowly explained to him that any treasure that was refined by blood would emit a strong smell of blood. Moreover, as the number of people killed increased, the smell of blood would become even stronger. Zhang Hu blankly stared at the flying sword. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, "Wang Lin, I really admire you. With this flying sword, no one will be able to easily hurt you. The key to this flying sword is teleportation. Depending on how much spirit energy the owner has, the teleportation distance will vary. However, if you are unprepared, it is definitely a great weapon for killing." The two chatted for a bit more before Zhang Hu stood up and said his goodbyes. Before he left, he told Wang Lin that the first day of the month was in 3 days and that he should prepare for it. After Zhang Hu left, Wang Lin took out the scabbard from his bag of holding. Even Situ Nan was amazed by this scabbard and didn't know what kind of treasure it was. Before, Wang Lin thought that the scabbard and the flying sword were one. However, after refining the flying sword, he realized that the two were different. The scabbard exuded a murderous aura. The more he looked at it, the stronger the murderous aura became. Gradually, Wang Lin felt like he was in the scabbard. Other than the sword, there was nothing else in his mind. Chapter 81. It was an indescribable ancient sword. A demonic aura emanated from it, causing people to lose themselves in it. After a long time, Wang Lin gradually woke up. His eyes flashed as if he had comprehended something. 3 days later, the Tung family city was bustling with activity. Many cultivators came and went. Zhang Hu and Wang Lin left the inn early in the morning and wandered around the city. Because Zhang Hu wanted to sell the ginseng, he discussed it with Wang Lin and then left alone. Wang Lin wandered around the city, looking at each stall. There were many treasures that interested him, but the prices were too high. Wang Lin had no choice but to leave. As he walked, he suddenly stopped. There was a cultivator's stall in front of him. There were some jade talismans, flying swords, and a thread-bound booklet. On the cover of the booklet, there were a few small words, Insights on Basic Formation Research. Formation? Wang Lin rubbed his chin and picked it up to take a look. The booklet was very thick, about 50 to 60 pages long. It was filled with countless tiny words and some diagrams. The owner of the stall was a young man in his 30s. He raised his eyelids and said calmly, 10 mid-quality spirit stones. If you don't want to buy it, don't touch it. 10 mid-quality spirit stones were all he had now. Wang Lin thought for a while and flipped through the booklet a few more times. Seeing that the owner was getting impatient, he took out 10 mid-quality spirit stones and placed them on the ground. He took the booklet and turned to leave. After walking around the stalls, Wang Lin saw many wood elemental materials. Most of them were very expensive. There was even a piece of ironwood that was sold at an astronomical price. A day passed. Before night fell, Wang Lin returned to the inn. Just as he was about to go in, his eyebrows twitched and he stopped. In the past, the inn would be very lively at this time, but today it was quiet and unusually quiet. Wang Lin scanned the place with his divine sense, and his expression changed. The entire inn was covered by a mysterious aura like a fog, blocking Wang Lin's divine sense. Wang Lin didn't say a word as he quickly retreated. The attraction force surrounded his body, and he flew out dozens of feet in the blink of an eye. His reaction is pretty fast. A slightly surprised voice sounded, and a person walked out of the inn. This person was about 25 or 26 years old. He had sharp eyes and sharp eyebrows. He wore a snow-white robe, and there was a black vine embroidered on his sleeve. He looked at the quickly disappearing Wang Lin and sneered. Tung Jia, Tung Yi, you two wait here for Zhang Hu to come back. Destroy his cultivation and send him to the prison. I'll go catch this smart brat. As soon as he finished speaking, two shadows suddenly appeared in front of him. They gradually solidified and turned into two old men with wrinkled faces. One of them said, Young master, these two people are in our Tang family city. Doing this is breaking the rules set by the patriarch. If the patriarch asks, the white-clothed young man frowned. He stared at the direction Wang Lin escaped and said, If my great-grandfather asks, tell him the truth. This Zhang who colluded with outsiders to kill his own teacher. How could I let the two of them go after doing such a heinous thing? After he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and flew into the sky, chasing after Wang Lin. After the two old men saw the young man leave, they turned into two shadows and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin used his full speed to escape. In the blink of an eye, he arrived outside of Tang Family City. Just as he was about to charge out, a few figures appeared from the city wall and shouted, Flying is prohibited in Tang Family City. Fellow cultivator, please stop. Wang Lin didn't say a word. At this critical moment, he couldn't care less about exposing the spiritual energy liquid. He took out a gourd of spiritual energy and took a big gulp. The spiritual energy in his body suddenly increased. He took a deep breath, paused for a moment, then charged out with twice the speed he had before. The expressions of the Tang family disciples changed, and they wanted to stop him. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the attraction technique spread out. All the disciples in front of him were thrown to the side. Like a hot knife through butter, Wang Lin charged out of Tang Family City. Behind him, there were more than 100 Tang family disciples chasing after him with all kinds of treasures. Wang Lin's heart was filled with bitterness. Even now, he didn't know what had happened inside the inn. It was clear that the other party was waiting for him inside the inn. If it wasn't for the fact that he made the decision to run away, he would have been in a terrible situation. As for Zhang Hu, Wang Lin couldn't even protect himself right now, so he didn't care too much. He hoped that Zhang Hu would be lucky. After leaving Tang Family City, Wang Lin quickly headed south. The Tang family disciples chased after him. Just at this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared from the direction of Tang Family City. The ray of light instantly surpassed the Tang family disciples and slashed at Wang Lin. A giant flying sword that was almost solid appeared and slashed down from the sky with a powerful killing intent. At this moment, the sky changed colors. Countless balls of purple lightning condensed in the sky and fell down along with the flying sword. Wang Lin's scalp went numb. Situ Nan roared, Fuck, this is a nascent soul-level treasure. Wang Lin, focus your mind. I'll teleport you away. Let's go. A blue crystal appeared on Wang Lin's chest and quickly spread to his entire body. At this moment, the giant sword slashed down, causing the ground to rumble and a huge crack to appear. The purple balls of lightning also fell down, creating waves of lightning within a 100-meter radius. Wang Lin's body disappeared the moment the giant sword fell. When he reappeared, he was already 300 meters away. The moment he reappeared, Wang Lin ran away without saying a word. Sitanan's voice was a bit weak. He angrily scolded, This little bastard is so young, yet he's already at the late stage of foundation establishment. If you were at the foundation establishment stage, I could borrow your body to use some techniques. But now, with your chi condensation strength, no matter how much I help, I can only kill a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Tung Li frowned, but he quickly smiled and said, You are the first person under the core formation stage to be able to escape unscathed from my sword. What I didn't expect is that you have a treasure that can teleport. This treasure is mine." Wang Lin didn't even look back as he quickly escaped. He had used up too much spirit force, so he took out his gourd and drank a big gulp. His speed suddenly increased a bit. Tung Li's eyes flashed coldly, and he said, "Let's see how many times you can teleport." With that, he pointed with his right hand. The sky darkened, and the giant sword reappeared. Chapter 82. The gigantic sword swung through the air, and all of the balls of lightning immediately moved with it. Rumbling sounds rang out as the sword slashed down. Situ Nin didn't wait for Wang Lin's order. He immediately cursed and teleported with Wang Lin, appearing thousands of feet away. Tung Li frowned and coldly snorted. He pointed at the flying sword with his right hand, and the flying sword quickly turned around and chased after Wang Lin. Two rays of light flew through the sky one after the other. The Tung family disciples chased for a while, but they couldn't keep up with the speed of the two and had to stop. The more Tung Li chased, the more shocked he became. With his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, his speed was already very fast, but the brat in front of him always teleported away just as he was about to catch up. The more Tung Li acted like this, the more murderous Tung Li's eyes became. Teleportation was a spell unique to nascent soul cultivators. The brat hadn't even reached the foundation establishment stage, but he could teleport. Tung Li thought that the brat must have a magic treasure. Thinking about this, he licked his lips, and his desire to kill and steal became even stronger. He was good friends with Old Man Jima's eldest disciple, Chunzhong. A few days ago, he received a message from Old Man Jima asking him to help him kill two people. One of them was called Zhang Hu, a disciple of Chunzhong's fifth junior apprentice brother. Zhang Hu colluded with outsiders to kill his master. The moment his fifth junior apprentice brother died, Old Man Jima immediately noticed it. Zhang Hu didn't know that aside from the poison in his body, there was also a secret technique that Old Man Jima used to control his disciples. Using this secret technique, Old Man Jima knew everything that happened that day. In his anger, he calculated that the brat was in Tung Family City, so he sent Chunzhong out to capture Zhang Hu and his junior apprentice brother. Chunzhong's location was too far away, so he sent a message to Tung Li and asked Tung Li to stop Zhang Hu. Tung Li checked and found that Zhang Hu was indeed in Tung Family City. The person with him was his accomplice, so what happened earlier happened. Originally, he only wanted to help, but now, Tung Li had made up his mind. No matter what, he had to kill Wang Lin and steal his teleportation treasure. Thinking about this, he sped up and chased after them. Wang Lin drank a large mouthful of spirit liquid. His face flashed, and he spat out a green light. The moment the green light appeared, the surroundings were filled with the smell of blood. Then, with a flash of green light, it shot backward. Wang Lin's footsteps did not stop as he flew forward rapidly. Tung Li saw everything clearly and didn't care about the green light at all. He sneered and pointed with his right index finger, causing a ball of lightning to appear and fly towards the green light. The instant it collided with the green light, it exploded with a boom. Tung Li looked at it with disdain before withdrawing his gaze. However, at this moment, a green light suddenly flashed 3 feet in front of him and quickly pierced through his body. Tung Li's white robe immediately turned to dust, revealing a shiny golden inner armor. The green light was blocked by the inner armor. It immediately turned around and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin secretly sighed. He waved his right hand, and a small green sword appeared between his fingers. He then escaped without looking back. Tung Li's forehead was covered in sweat. That scene just now was too dangerous. Even with his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, if he was hit by the flying sword, he would be seriously injured. Also, from the cold light from the flying sword, it was definitely not an ordinary item. It was very likely that he would die on the spot if he was hit. Tung Li touched the inner armor his great-grandfather gave him and secretly felt lucky. However, his determination to kill Wang Lin became even more determined. His eyes revealed a cold light, and he muttered to himself, aside for the teleportation treasure, there is also this mysterious flying sword. Little guy, everything you have on you is mine. 3 days later, on a desert, Wang Lin's face was covered in dust. He drank all the spirit liquid inside the gourd and bitterly muttered to himself, I don't have enough spirit liquid. If this continues, I'll run out soon. I need to replenish it as soon as possible. Brat, the old man can't hold on much longer. I've teleported too many times in the past 3 days, and my nascent soul has been greatly depleted. Situnan's voice was extremely weak. Wang Lin turned around and looked into the distance. His eyes revealed a hint of killing intent as he coldly said, He's coming again. With that, he slapped his bag of holding, and a small green sword appeared. The small sword's light was slightly dim, and there were a few scratches on it. In these 3 days, Wang Lin had thrown out the small sword many times. However, after Teng Li became cautious, it became even more difficult to sneak attack, especially since Teng Li's inner armor had a strong resistance. Even the small sword couldn't pierce through it. After taking out the flying sword, Wang Lin scanned the area with his divine sense and suddenly stared to the west. In that direction, there was an endless forest. Above the forest was a layer of dark purple fog, making it impossible to see the forest clearly. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin turned around and flew toward the west. In the blink of an eye, he arrived outside the forest. He didn't even blink as he quickly landed and charged into the forest. Wang Lin knew that his spirit liquid was about to run out and Situnan's teleportation was about to run out. If he continued to fly in the sky, he would be caught sooner or later. It was better to give up on flying and walk in the forest. Although he didn't know why there was a strange fog above the forest. When he scanned the fog with his divine sense, he found that his divine sense was like a person walking in mud. The range of movement was only a few hundred feet. Not long after Wang Lin entered the forest, a ray of light pierced through the sky. It circled around the forest once before landing on the ground, revealing Teng Li, who was covered in a golden glow. At this moment, Teng Li's face was a bit tired. After continuously flying for 3 days, he had used up too much spirit force. If it wasn't for the fact that he had pills to replenish his spirit force, he would have turned around and given up already. However, the magic treasure in Wang Lin's hand was very attractive to him. He wanted to immediately kill Wang Lin and steal his treasure. Also, when Teng Li first started the chase, he didn't think it would be so difficult. Even when Wang Lin used the teleportation technique, although he was shocked, he knew that Wang Lin hadn't even reached the foundation establishment stage. Flying for a long period of time would definitely use up a lot of spirit force. With his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he could easily kill Wang Lin. Thus, he wasn't in a rush. He wanted to wait for Wang Lin to use up all his spirit force and then kill Wang Lin. However, on the second day of the chase, he completely threw away this thought. Not only did his opponent's speed not slow down, it actually became faster and faster. This made him extremely puzzled. As he continued to observe, Teng Li was gradually shocked. He saw that Wang Lin would often take out a gourd, and every time Wang Lin drank the liquid inside, Wang Lin's speed would increase. He had seen this scene countless times. The thought of killing Wang Lin became even stronger. Teng Li stood outside the forest with a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. He thought to himself, this savage forest is extremely mysterious and is shrouded in fog all year round. Even great-grandfather warned me not to enter this place casually. Should I chase or not? After pondering for a bit, Teng Li clenched his teeth. The magic treasure in Wang Lin's hand made him make up his mind, and he charged in without any hesitation. Inside the forest, ancient trees towered into the sky. The ground was covered with dead branches and rotten leaves. Many poisonous reptiles like centipedes and snakes flashed by. Thick 1,000-year-old trees could be seen everywhere. All kinds of strange flowers and plants were everywhere. There were also countless strange beasts and birds of prey fighting with each other. Apart from that, there was also the stench from the rotten leaves and dead creatures. This stench gradually accumulated over time, turning into an invisible miasma that could kill people. This place was covered in fog all year round. Giant trees grew strangely, and there were countless nascent soul-level beasts living here. Every step was filled with danger. If one wasn't careful, they would lose their life. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and quickly moved through the forest. Suddenly, Situnan shouted, "Stop! Quickly stop!" Wang Lin's body suddenly stopped. Situnan took a deep breath and said, "What kind of damn place is this? How could there be blue line vines here? Damn it, this is a minor destruction plant. Several rank 2 cultivation countries have been destroyed by blue line vines." "Blue line vines?" Wang Lin was startled. Situnan said, "There's a vine in front of you. There's a blue line on the vine." "Eh, that's not right. This is not a blue line vine." "Strange. Wang Lin, this should be a young branch of a blue line vine. It may not be as powerful as the rumors say, but you should avoid it. A mature blue line vine is a nightmare for cultivators below the core formation stage. This thing is very sensitive to blood. Every time it devours a cultivator, it will evolve. Legend has it that when the blue line vine evolves, even a soul transformation cultivator will not be able to resist it. This thing is also very sensitive to spiritual energy fluctuations. You must not use any spiritual energy attacks on it." Situnan's tone was very serious. Wang Lin looked around. His gaze landed on a vine that grew out of a giant tree. His eyes revealed a serious expression. This vine looked very normal. Aside from the blue line on its body, it didn't look much different from other vines. Wang Lin pondered a little. He didn't listen to Situnan and left. Instead, he slowly walked up. Without using any spiritual energy, he carefully pinched the vine with his thumb and index finger and slowly pulled it out. During the process, he was very focused. When the vine was about 30 feet away, he slowly let go. He quickly cut his finger, and a drop of blood landed on the vine. After the vine was hit by the blood, it immediately moved like a snake. Then, a few more blue line vines came out from its roots. They gathered together and wriggled for a bit before calming down and falling to the ground. Sweat appeared on Wang Lin's forehead. He smirked and quickly left. Not long after he left, Tung Li caught up to this place. In order to catch up to Wang Lin, he had been using a technique to walk. He didn't even notice the few ordinary-looking vines on the ground. Although his divine sense was limited to a range of 100 feet, he could clearly feel that he was getting closer and closer to Wang Lin. With a sneer on his face, he moved and chased after Wang Lin. However, just as he passed by a few ordinary-looking vines, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 83. 2 days later, Wang Lin walked next to a small river and carefully observed his surroundings. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he cursed, "They really won't go away." He released the flying sword, put away the gourd, jumped over the river, and ran into the depths of the forest. Not long after, Tung Li carefully caught up without using any magic power. He was in a very sorry state. The golden armor on his body had lost its luster, and a large piece of it had fallen off. His right hand was clearly drooping and hanging from his shoulder. His hair was disheveled, his face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with anger. His hatred for Wang Lin had surpassed everything. Ever since he was young, he had never been in such a sorry state. All of this was because of Wang Lin. 2 days ago, those strange vines had almost put him on the brink of death. He had never thought that those inconspicuous vines would have such great power. His inner armor began to melt when it came into contact with the liquid that the vines sprayed out. If that was it, it wouldn't be a big deal. He could use the flying sword to attack, but these vines seemed to be unkillable. Every time he cut one, it would split into 2, and then more and more would appear. Even the lightning balls on the flying sword couldn't completely get rid of the vines. There was also Wang Lin's strange flying sword that would sneak attack him. His right arm was injured by Wang Lin's flying sword. In the end, Tung Li had no choice but to take out the life-saving treasure that the Tung family's elder gave him. It was a very powerful ingot. This ingot could only attack once. Ever since he got it, he had never encountered a crisis where he had to use it. However, 2 days ago, he knew that if he didn't use it now, his life would be over. In the end, under the power of the ingot, More than half of the vines were destroyed, and the rest all retreated into the ground. Taking this opportunity, Tung Li quickly rushed out. Thinking about it now, he was still covered in cold sweat. He hated Wang Lin to the bone, especially since Wang Lin didn't even fight him head-on. Every time, it was a sneak attack. That strange flying sword was even more difficult to defend against. He had no choice but to use up all his spirit force to keep the flying sword circling around his body. At the riverside, he carefully looked around. After hesitating for a bit, he squatted down and scooped up a mouthful of water. After chasing for 5 to 6 days, his mouth was dry. The water was sweet and refreshing. Tung Li felt refreshed and scooped up some more. Just as he was about to drink, his heart suddenly jumped. A green flying sword silently appeared in front of him and stabbed toward him. Tung Li didn't even blink as he quickly retreated. At the same time, his flying sword that was hovering around him quickly moved forward and intertwined with the small green sword. Dang dang, sounds of metal colliding could be heard. In the end, the small green sword was clearly no match for Tung Li, and the scratches on the sword became even more severe. Damn it, if I catch you, I will definitely let you taste all the torture in the world. Then, I will extract your soul and refine it alive. I, Tung Li, swear. Tung Li looked at the hair that was slowly falling off when the small green sword's blade swept past and roared with a stern expression. Wang Lin ran through the forest. His face was red and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He flipped his right hand and the green flying sword appeared. His heart ached as he looked at the deep scratches on the flying sword. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He didn't say a word and quickly left. Late at night, 5 days later, Wang Lin and Tung Li had already entered the depths of the forest. That night, Wang Lin was running when he suddenly stopped. Brat, do you feel it? There is a dense fluctuation of spirit force in the northwest direction. Let's go take a look. Situ Nin quickly said. During this period of time, he had been on high alert every day. He used his knowledge to help Wang Lin avoid danger after danger in the forest. Wang Lin didn't say anything. He turned around and charged toward the northwest. Not long after, he arrived at the location of the fluctuation of spirit force. The scene before him caused his pupils to shrink. Under the moonlight, the towering tree in front of them had been uprooted and scattered in all directions, leaving an empty space. A rotting corpse without any signs of life lay on the ground. Above his head, a green bead floated in the air. Wisps of spiritual power gathered from all directions, forming a vortex around the green bead. Situ Nan was startled and said, "Green core? I didn't think there would be someone in a rank 3 cultivation country who would cultivate the rank 4 cultivation country's green core technique." Wang Lin asked, "What is a green core?" Situ Nan explained, "It is a demonic method of forming a core in a rank 4 cultivation country. This green core is also called exploding core. It is different from a normal golden core. You can only have one golden core, but there is no limit to the number of green cores. I remember there was a rank 4 cultivation country that had tens of thousands of green cores. Although he was only at the core formation stage, even the soul transformation experts of a rank 5 cultivation country wouldn't dare to mess with him. It has to be said that aside from increasing one's cultivation, the biggest use of a green core is to explode. If tens of thousands of green cores explode at once, the power will be no small matter." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he suddenly asked, "How many green cores does this person have? Can you detect it?" Him? One is already not bad, and this person is clearly not a living person. He should be a corpse that has just gained intelligence. He was probably a demonic cultivator from a rank 4 cultivation country, and before he died, he used a secret technique to turn himself into a corpse. The corpse had clearly noticed Wang Lin, but he didn't get up. Instead, he raised his right index finger and a ray of green light shot out toward Wang Lin's brow. Wang Lin quickly backed up and dodged the green light. The green light didn't chase after him. It circled around the area and suddenly condensed into an illusionary figure. The figure stared at Wang Lin and let out a vague voice. "Scram, this place, you will die." After saying that, his figure flashed and turned into countless green dots, disappearing into the surroundings. Then, the originally strong spiritual energy fluctuations instantly disappeared without a trace, completely covered up. Wang Lin carefully backed up. He didn't even blink as he quickly left. His eyes became cold, and he didn't continue to chase after Teng Li. Instead, he stood there with his divine sense spread out, waiting for Teng Li to catch up. Teng Li's flying sword circled around him and continued to cut down everything in his way. Suddenly, his expression changed and he revealed a grin. He pointed at the flying sword with his left hand and it quickly shot forward. Wang Lin's figure was already within sight. Teng Li's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He suspiciously looked around but didn't find anything strange. However, Wang Lin's abnormal behavior made him become more careful. He sneered and said, "Why aren't you running anymore?" Wang Lin pointed with his right hand, and the green flying sword suddenly appeared before him. Without a word, he threw the flying sword forward. At the same time, he slapped his bag of holding, and a piece of jade flew out. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal, and he spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy onto the jade. Immediately, four golden characters appeared on the jade slip. Teng Li sneered. He bit his left index finger and flicked a drop of blood onto his flying sword. Immediately, the flying sword trembled and released a demonic red light. It immediately grew larger and became a giant sword. Several balls of lightning appeared, but there were clearly fewer than before. The moment the huge sword appeared, it released a powerful chill. Teng Li waved his left hand, and the huge sword immediately chopped down. Wang Lin's green sword teleported behind Teng Li. Just as it was about to stab him, Teng Li slapped his bag of holding, and a small bell flew out. The bell instantly became large, translucent, and attached itself to Teng Li's body. When the green sword stabbed into the bell, ripples appeared on the surface of the bell. At the same time, the huge sword chopped down. Wang Lin pointed at the golden characters on the jade, and all four characters flew out to meet the huge sword. After doing all this, he quickly retreated and arrived at where the corpse demon was. The four golden characters collided with the giant sword and exploded. Spiritual energy surged, and the giant sword rose again and again. However, there were too few characters. After the four characters exploded, the giant sword paused in the air for a moment before quickly slashing down again. The ground let out cracking sounds. It was obvious that it couldn't withstand the pressure of the huge sword. The surrounding trees all collapsed. Just as the huge sword was about to swing down, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and a blue light appeared on his chest. It quickly covered his entire body, and he used teleportation. Wang Lin appeared 100 feet away from the huge sword. A stream of blood flowed down from his forehead. The huge sword chopped down with a boom. Immediately after, an ear-piercing scream that sounded like the cry of a ghost could be heard. A figure that emitted the stench of a corpse charged out from where the huge sword chopped down and pounced at Teng Li. Teng Li's expression changed greatly. He had his suspicions before, but he didn't think that there would be such a monster here. He quickly pointed with his left hand, and the balls of lightning on the huge sword rained down on the corpse demon's body. These balls of lightning were extremely powerful and could innately suppress all inanimate objects. When they landed on the corpse demon's body, it immediately exploded. The corpse demon let out a few miserable cries as its rotten flesh flew everywhere. Some parts of its body even revealed its black bones. Teng Li sneered and pointed with his left hand again. Suddenly, more than 10 balls of lightning appeared around the huge sword and descended. Apart from this, the huge sword also chopped down. Wang Lin cursed in his heart. He didn't think that the corpse demon would be so weak and was about to escape. The corpse demon seemed to have realized that something was wrong. In this life or death crisis, it let out a few screams and spat out a green core. The moment the green core appeared, it let out a huge explosion. A circular ripple quickly spread out with the corpse demon as the center. The surrounding trees were instantly turned to dust. Teng Li was the closest, so it was too late to escape. He clenched his teeth, bit the tip of his tongue, and spat out a mouthful of essence blood at the giant bell. The giant bell flashed and turned from translucent to solid. One could faintly see several ancient symbols on the outside of the bell. The moment the ripple collided, the giant bell violently flickered and only lasted for a moment before shattering. Taking advantage of the time, the giant bell resisted. Tung Li threw out a few more magic treasures. The moment the giant bell shattered, layers of defense appeared around his body. Chapter 84. These layers of defense that flickered with all kinds of colorful lights broke at an extremely fast speed, like a hot knife through butter. Under the impact of the ripples, they were like layers of thin paper trying to block a sharp sword. As for Wang Lin, he was quite far away, and because the zombie's main target was Tung Li, the ripple didn't affect him too much. The moment the ripple arrived, he calmly took out a jade talisman from his bag of holding and threw it into the air. The moment the jade talisman appeared, it immediately shattered, and a yellow gas quickly surrounded Wang Lin's body. His gaze pierced through the yellow gas and stared at Tung Li. At this moment, the ripple from the green core's explosion slowly weakened, but the layers of defense around Tung Li's body had already been completely destroyed. The moment the last layer of defense was destroyed, Tung Li pointed with his left hand, and the giant sword immediately appeared in front of the zombie in an attempt to stop it from attacking again. At the same time, Tung Li quickly retreated 500 feet away. He had developed a deep fear towards the zombie that suddenly appeared. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a lot of magic treasures on him, he would have died on the spot. It has to be said that although the zombie's green core couldn't compare to the full power of a core formation cultivator, it still had half of the attack power. Tung Li was at the late stage of foundation establishment and had a lot of magic treasures, so he was barely able to block it. Tung Li's heart jumped. If the zombie threw out another green core, he would definitely die here today. At this moment, he had already lost interest in chasing after Wang Lin. Escaping was his only thought. Wang Lin had been staring at Tung Li the entire time. At this moment, he sneered and his eyes flashed. He raised his right hand and waved 2 fingers in front of him. Suddenly, a green light flashed, and Tung Li, who was retreating in panic, felt a pain in his back. He didn't have time to look carefully and quickly ran away. Wang Lin frowned. Just now, the zombie's broken armor had blocked the attack, so the flying sword wasn't able to pierce through. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. The small green sword flashed and appeared in the blood mist. Then, with a loud sword hum, it flashed again and stabbed toward Tung Li. In the air, the small green sword stabbed toward Tung Li's back. Tung Li suddenly turned his head. His eyes were bloodshot and revealed a fierce expression. A few jade talismans immediately flew out from his bag of holding. The moment the jade talismans appeared, they immediately turned into layers of defense. At the same time, he pointed with his left hand. The giant sword trembled and flew toward Wang Lin's direction. At the same time, several balls of lightning appeared around the giant sword. These balls of lightning immediately floated away and smashed toward the zombie. He was betting on whether Wang Lin's flying sword would hit him first or if his giant sword would hit him first. If Wang Lin used teleportation to escape, then he wouldn't be able to control the flying sword during teleportation. Using this opportunity, Tung Li planned to escape. His current state was like a lamp that had run out of oil. If he continued to stay here, he would undoubtedly die. Situ Nan roared, "Crazy, you brat. You're really crazy." With that, he ignored Wang Lin's resistance and was about to teleport away from the giant sword. However, the moment the blue light appeared on Wang Lin's chest, Wang Lin immediately said, "It's not time to teleport yet, stop." A trace of ruthlessness appeared on his face. He didn't even look at the giant sword coming down from above. He controlled the small green sword to teleport again. He dodged the layers of defense and appeared in front of Tung Li. Tung Li's face was filled with panic. At this moment, his giant sword was less than 3 inches away from Wang Lin's head. A stream of blood flowed down from Wang Lin's forehead. Wang Lin didn't even blink. He grinned and muttered, "Die." With a flash of sword light, The small green sword pierced through Tung Li's armor and came out from his back. At the same time, Situ Nan used teleportation. With a flash of blue light, Wang Lin's body disappeared from the giant's sword and appeared next to Tung Li, whose face was blood red. The giant's sword slashed down, and with a loud bang, a deep crack appeared on the ground. Wang Lin didn't care about the blood on his forehead. He crouched down and pressed his right hand on Tung Li's body. Situnin knew what Wang Lin was thinking. Without saying a word, a blue light came out from the heaven-defying bead and flowed into Tung Li's body through Wang Lin's right hand. Tung Li immediately turned into a blue ice sculpture. His expression was frozen inside the ice sculpture. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. It was so fast that the ghoul didn't even have time to react. The moment Tung Li was frozen, he was slightly startled and immediately stared at Wang Lin with vigilance. The balls of lightning that were smashing toward the ghoul all disappeared. The giant sword also shrunk into a small silver sword. It fell from the sky and into the crack on the ground. Wang Lin grabbed the ice sculpture and quickly retreated. The small green sword flashed with a cold light as it pointed at the ghoul. The ghoul stared at Wang Lin and let out a roar. Just as it was about to charge up, it looked back at the crack on the ground. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Lin had already retreated 300 meters and disappeared with a teleportation. The ghoul let out a roar and unwillingly stared at the direction Wang Lin disappeared. After a while, it jumped into the crack on the ground. Not long after, it took out Tung Li's small silver sword and swallowed it with an excited expression. Wang Lin grabbed the ice sculpture and quickly moved through the forest with a pale face. After confirming that it was safe, he let out a sigh of relief and put the ice sculpture to the side. He took out the spirit gourd and drank all the liquid inside. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to breathe. The forest was completely silent. After a long time, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes and Situ Nan's dissatisfied voice could be heard. "Brat, did you go crazy? If I was a step slower, your little life would have been over." Wang Lin said in a heavy voice, "I only had one chance to kill Tung Li. If I missed it just now, once his spirit force recovers, I won't have another chance. Also, this person has been chasing me for a long time. If I let him go, he will definitely be a big problem in the future. Why not gamble this once? Also, the speed of his giant sword depends on how much spirit force he has in his body. At that time, he was like a lamp without oil, so he definitely couldn't be faster than my flying sword." Situ Nan was silent. He felt like this was the first time he had met Wang Lin. After a long time, he slowly said, "You have already passed. With this kind of mentality, you can establish yourself in the cultivation world." Situ Nan's tone was no longer as arrogant as before. For the first time, he felt admiration for Wang Lin. If it was him, he wouldn't have dared to gamble just now. Wang Lin didn't say anything. He stared at the ice statue wrapped around Tung Li and said, "It should be possible to use him for the foundation stealing technique, right?" Hearing Wang Lin's question, Situ Nan said, "It's completely possible. Also, he is at the late stage of foundation establishment. If you use him as a cauldron for the foundation stealing technique, your cultivation speed in the foundation establishment realm will be faster than others. Also, you will more or less obtain some of his spirit root. This way, your talent will also change. This brat is so young, yet he already has such a cultivation level. His talent must be extremely shocking. Hehe, Wang Lin, the things you exchange for with your life this time are worth it." With that, Situ Nan went on to explain the chant for the foundation stealing technique and the things he needed to pay attention to. It wasn't until nightfall that he finished explaining. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and spat out the small green sword. He pointed with his right hand, and the small green sword immediately stabbed towards a giant tree. After digging a hole in the giant tree, Wang Lin grabbed Tung Li and jumped in. He didn't put away the small green sword and allowed it to wander around. The hole wasn't big and was filled with moisture. However, Wang Lin didn't care about that. He took out the spirit gourd and poured out some liquid to clean the wound on his forehead. Then, he focused his mind and closed his eyes to meditate. The next morning, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes flashed, and he spat out a mouthful of spirit energy. The spirit energy turned into a mist that floated in the air. Wang Lin didn't stop. His hands formed a seal and shot out a blue light. The blue light entered the mist and immediately dissipated. The mist churned as if it was boiling. It strangely contracted and expanded. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he continuously shot out blue light into the mist. Gradually, the mist churned more and more violently and expanded faster and faster. Then he waved his right hand, and the ice statue wrapped around Tong Li floated up. A blue light flashed on Wang Lin's chest. Situ Nin didn't wait for Wang Lin's order and immediately released the frozen state. In the blink of an eye, the blue crystals on Tong Li's body disappeared. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he pointed at the mist. The mist immediately floated to Tong Li's body and entered his 7 orifices. Tong Li's body immediately convulsed. His eyes were tightly closed, and his face revealed a painful expression. Not long after, the mist completely entered Tong Li's body. Wang Lin took a deep breath and revealed a serious expression. Without saying anything, he bit his right index finger and drew in the air. A strange blood-colored symbol appeared. Wang Lin flipped his right hand and hit the symbol. The symbol immediately flew out and imprinted itself on Tong Li's chest. Tong Li's body violently trembled. His hands and feet twitched, and blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. However, the blood that flowed out did not drip down. Instead, it all floated up and gathered together. Then, a crisp sound came from Tong Li's body. His face suddenly became red, and at the same time, all of his exposed skin turned a strange red color. Drops of blood seeped out from his skin. Wang Lin's expression became even more serious. He didn't even blink, and once again drew a blood-colored symbol in the air and hit Tong Li's chest. Tong Li suddenly opened his mouth and let out a few miserable groans. Then, all of the blood vessels in his body exploded. Blood flowed out from his skin and gathered together in the air. In the blink of an eye, a huge ball of blood appeared above Tong Li's body. At this moment, Tong Li's body quickly turned from red to white. Wang Lin's forehead was covered in sweat. He looked at the ball of blood as his hand quickly formed seals. Sometimes he would send out a few rays of light, and sometimes he would draw a few symbols. Gradually, the ball of blood shrank until it was the size of a fist and emitted a strange, dark red light. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His body was already soaked in sweat. He didn't stop and once again spat out a mouthful of spirit mist. He shot out a few rays of blue light and pointed at Tong Li. The spirit mist once again entered Tong Li's body. Chapter 85. Tong Li suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot and lifeless. His lips were trembling and his teeth were clenched. Wang Lin drew a complicated symbol in the air with his right hand. He bit the tip of his finger and flicked a drop of blood onto Tong Li's forehead. In an instant, Tong Li let out a groan and his body twitched even more violently. All of the muscles in his body moved strangely and gathered toward his chest. Not long after, Tong Li's body visibly withered. All of his muscles and meridians gathered at his chest, forming a huge ball of flesh. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He flipped his right hand and once again sent out a technique. The ball of flesh separated from Tong Li's body and floated in the air. At this moment, Tong Li's body was only skin and bones, making him look like a skeleton. Wang Lin took a deep breath and spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy into the ball of flesh. The ball of flesh quickly shrunk, and after a while, it became the same size as the ball of blood from before. At this moment, Wang Lin revealed a tired expression. He took out a gourd filled with spiritual energy and drank a big gulp. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Not long after, he opened his eyes and pointed at Tong Li's body. Suddenly, a series of popping sounds could be heard. All of Tong Li's bones were broken and turned into bone dust. The dust seeped out from his skin and formed a ball of bones. Blood, flesh, and bones were arranged in a straight line and emitted a demonic glow. Wang Lin sighed and muttered to himself, This foundation-stealing technique requires the cauldron's blood, flesh, bones, soul, and roots to be extracted. Furthermore, the cauldron cannot die during the extraction process. It is simply too cruel. Situ Nan calmly said, "This is nothing. The people of the demon Tao in the old man's country even have a foundation-stealing technique. That is what is cruel. Not only does the cauldron suffer, but the caster also has to endure unimaginable pain. Even at the cost of their lifespan, there is less than a 1% chance of success." Wang Lin pondered for a bit and focused his mind. He pointed at Tung Li with his right hand and began to chant. Gradually, his chanting speed became faster and his hands began to form seals. Strands of white gas came out of Tung Li's body and became thicker and thicker. After an unknown amount of time, the white chi had already reached its limit and fused together to form a blurry figure. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see that the small person's facial features were no different from Tung Li's. The little person's eyes were filled with confusion, and his entire body trembled as if he would dissipate with a gust of wind. Gradually, the confusion on his face disappeared. He stared at Wang Lin with a venomous look in his eyes. He opened his mouth and let out a few soundless roars. Wang Lin didn't even blink. He flipped his right hand and shot out a red light. The little person seemed to be extremely afraid of the red light and turned around to escape. However, the area within 3 feet of Tung Li's body was like an invisible cage. No matter how much the little person tried to escape, it couldn't escape 3 feet. In the end, seeing that he couldn't escape, the little person charged toward the red light. Wang Lin's face was expressionless as he waved his right hand. The red light wrapped around the little person like a rope and tied him up. Then, the red light shrank and slowly pulled him out. Wang Lin knew that he couldn't be careless when it came to soul extraction. He had to make sure that the soul was completely pulled out of the 3 feet of the cage. Only then could he proceed to the next step of extracting the spirit root. Otherwise, although it wouldn't affect his foundation stealing, he wouldn't be able to use the other party's spirit root to change his own body. The little person's face revealed a painful expression as he was pulled out bit by the red light. In the blink of an eye, half of the little person was pulled out. Just at this moment, the little person's body suddenly flashed with a yellow light and the red rope silently shattered. The little person immediately shrank back into the 3 feet of the cage. The yellow light on his body rapidly flashed, and the little person quickly turned from blurry to solid. Wang Lin's face was gloomy as he stared at the little person. His right hand formed a seal, and he was about to use another technique. At this moment, the little person revealed a look of fear and began to speak. "If you kill me, my great-grandfather won't let you go. He's a nascent soul cultivator. If you kill me, you will also die." A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Without saying anything, he spat out a large mouthful of spiritual energy. His hands quickly formed seals and continuously placed spiritual energy on the little person's face. Gradually, the spiritual energy condensed into a thin thread. The little person's face became even more fearful. He quickly said, "My great-grandfather already knows that I am in danger. He will be here soon." Without waiting for him to finish, Wang Lin's left hand swung and the thin thread pierced into Tung Li's body. It trapped the little person and ruthlessly pulled him out. The little person let out a scream and struggled. "Great-grandfather, save me." The yellow light on his body began to shine intensely. It seemed like he was going to fight against Wang Lin. Without saying anything, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and threw out a gourd filled with spiritual energy. The liquid inside the gourd flowed out and merged with the thin thread. The thin thread immediately grew to the size of a finger and was pulled again. This time, no matter how much the yellow light on the little person shined, it was no longer of use. It was pulled out by Wang Lin. The moment the little person escaped from the 3-meter-long body, the yellow light on the little person's body immediately dissipated and turned into a yellow mist. The mist churned strangely and a blurry figure appeared. The figure was wrapped in the mist, making it impossible to see his appearance. He could only hear the figure yell, "Fellow cultivator, stop." We can talk this out. Wang Lin was shocked. Situ Nan immediately said, "Don't worry. This is a nascent soul cultivator's ethereal avatar. It is different from an avatar. This ethereal avatar has no attack power. He can't see you, and he doesn't know where you are. He can only let you hear him speak. Also, this ethereal avatar has a distance limit. It seems like this person is far away, which is why the ethereal avatar is so blurry. As for why he appeared, it must be because he loves Tong Li so much that he left a sliver of his divine sense in Tong Li's soul." Without saying anything, Wang Lin pointed at the little person trapped by the spirit rope. The little person immediately stopped struggling and gradually shrunk until it became a purple ball. The Tong family's patriarch's ethereal avatar seemed to have noticed that Tong Li's soul was being refined by someone. He let out a roar filled with hatred and said, "You killed a member of the Tong family. You will be cursed. You are dead for sure. One day I, Tong Huayuan, will find you." With that, the yellow light slowly dissipated. On a mountain several tens of thousands of kilometers away, an old man in a black robe stood with a dark expression. His eyes flickered as he clenched his fists and mumbled to himself, "Li Er, your great-grandfather swears that I'll avenge you even if I have to climb the heavens or the underworld." After he finished speaking, he patted his chest with his right hand and spat out a mouthful of black blood. His right hand drew a line in the blood, and dark red ripples spread out in all directions, turning into countless strange symbols that lingered between heaven and earth. Shortly after, a little person covered in purple light came out of the old man's head. It stopped in the air and sat down cross-legged. The little person shouted, "Curse rise." His hands formed a seal, and his divine sense turned into millions of divine sense that entered each of the symbols. "Curse accept." The old man's nascent soul visibly became weaker and shrunk a lot. It was obvious that he didn't mind using up a lot of nascent soul energy. The symbols that were merged with his divine sense flashed a demonic light. One by one, they flew into the sky and formed a complex formation. This formation covered half the sky. At this moment, the sky changed color and thunder rumbled. "Curse turn." The Dajin in the sky moved and slowly rotated. Bolts of blood-red lightning appeared within the formation. These bolts of lightning linked together to form a strange rhombus shape. "Curse. Combine." The little person's last shout shook the sky and earth. At the same time, he spat out a large mouthful of nascent soul energy. The formation in the sky spun faster and faster. More and more red lightning appeared, and the diamond shape became brighter and brighter. Shortly after, the formation began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, all of the red lightning gathered on the diamond shape. The diamond shape slowly descended from the sky and imprinted itself on the little person's forehead. The little person revealed a grim smile and said, "Those who kill members of the Tong family will receive my curse." Inside the tree hole, for balls floated in front of Wang Lin. Without a word, he shot a few techniques at Tong Li's body, and crystal-clear specks of light floated out of Tong Li's body. These specks of light were densely packed, and after they left Tong Li's body, 1/3 of them disappeared. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He knew that these specks of light were the so-called spirit root. He quickly spat out a mouthful of spirit mist that surrounded the specks of light and quickly devoured them. The specks of light immediately began to reject the spirit mist. As the spirit mist devoured them, 1/3 of the specks of light disappeared. In the end, only 1/3 of the specks of light were successfully absorbed by the spirit mist. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's forehead suddenly lit up and a purple diamond shape suddenly appeared. Wang Lin immediately noticed it. He raised his hand to touch his forehead, and his expression became startled. "Situ," Nan immediately exclaimed, "this person is very skilled. Wang Lin, you have been cursed by a nascent soul cultivator. As long as you enter a certain range, he will be able to instantly appear next to you. I can't believe this person knows how to use such a powerful formation." Wang Lin suddenly stood up. His face was gloomy as he asked, "Is there any way to break it?" Situnin pondered for a bit and proudly said, "Actually, you don't need to worry too much. According to my analysis, this type of curse has no offensive power and only acts as a locator. Although this person's curse is very powerful, I have studied curses that use formations to cause spiritual energy to fluctuate between the heavens and earth. Although I can't use it now without my body, I can still help you destroy the effect of the curse. As long as you don't get too close to him, with my help, he won't be able to find you. Don't worry. Wang Lin, this is actually a great fortune. In the past, I obtained an ancient technique that uses curses as a bridge to cause a backlash. The caster must be at least at the core formation stage, and with the help of some spirit items, once successful, they can obtain half of the target's cultivation. Lao AI, you brat, your life is really good. Chapter 86. Wang Lin pondered a bit and pointed at the spirit mist that had fused with Tung Li's spirit root. The spirit mist suddenly expanded and began to move strangely. Shortly after, the ball of blood shot out and entered the spirit mist. It quickly melted and the spirit mist began to shrink. Soon after, the ball of flesh and bone entered the spirit mist. At this moment, the spirit mist's shape had changed greatly. It had shrunk into a ring and was emitting a gentle light as it floated in the air. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He knew that he had reached the final step of the foundation stealing technique. So he calmed himself and controlled the last soul ball to slowly fuse with the ring of light. After a long time, the ring of light suddenly shot out a dazzling light. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he bit the tip of his tongue to spit out a mouthful of blood. The moment the blood came into contact with the ring of light, it let out a sizzling sound and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the ring of light fused with the blood, it began to violently tremble. Bursts of pressure spread out from the ring of light, and all the creatures within a 50-kilometer radius felt the abnormality of this place. Several powerful auras appeared from the forest and quickly rushed toward Wang Lin's direction. Wang Lin didn't even blink as he waved his hand, and the ring of light flew toward Wang Lin's chest. A powerful surge of spiritual energy suddenly filled Wang Lin's body, and his face immediately turned red. Wang Lin took a deep breath and charged out of the tree whole like an arrow. With a few flashes, he disappeared into the depths of the forest. Not long after he left, a huge python suddenly revealed its huge head from the forest. After sniffing the area a few times, a confused expression appeared on its face. It shook its head, turned around, and crawled away. Next, a 3-meter-tall ape moved as fast as lightning, arriving in the blink of an eye. It burrowed into the tree hole and searched around for a bit before leaving reluctantly. A few more powerful exotic beasts like these came, but all of them returned in confusion without exception. As Wang Lin ran through the forest, his body surged with extremely dense spiritual energy. Apart from that, every single pore on his body was endlessly leaking a stinky black substance. Wang Lin furrowed his brows and suddenly stopped walking. After walking around in a circle, his eyes flashed and he waved the gravity spell towards the ground. The spiritual energy in his body suddenly surged out. The soil on the ground seemed to be pushed aside by two invisible hands, and in a short while, a bottomless pit appeared. Without saying a word, Wang Lin jumped into the pit. Immediately after, the surrounding soil was quickly pushed back. It didn't take long for the pit to return to normal. From the outside, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Wang Lin focused and began to sort out the spiritual energy in his body. His body was changing rapidly. Everything was heading in the direction of the foundation establishment stage. In addition to the unusual silence around him, Wang Lin began his third seclusion in the depths of the underground, where no one would disturb him. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The ground where Wang Lin was seclusion was covered with a thick layer of rotten leaves. All kinds of poisonous insects crawled in and out of the ground from time to time. On this day, the earth suddenly trembled. Countless poisonous insects crawled out from the dead branches and rotten leaves. Immediately after, the soil on the ground was pushed aside, and a pitch-black figure emerged from the ground. As soon as the figure appeared, the surrounding insects immediately hissed in fear and quickly retreated. This foundation stealing technique is indeed magical. I've finally reached the foundation establishment stage. This figure was Wang Lin, who had been in seclusion for 3 years. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning. His body emitted a powerful spiritual energy. He opened his mouth and spat out a green light. A small green sword appeared in front of him. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He pointed with his right hand, and the scabbard slowly rose into the air. His expression was calm as he muttered to himself, "This scabbard has been refined for 3 years. If I use it with the flying sword, the effect will definitely be great." Putting away the scabbard and the flying sword, Wang Lin stood there and pondered for a while. He touched the mysterious bead on his chest and thought, Situ consumed too much of his nascent soul essence 3 years ago. Especially after I used a spell to cover up the curse, he became even weaker. He has been sleeping for more than 2 years. I don't know when he'll wake up. Fortunately, I have already memorized the underworld ascension method. The most important thing now is to find a place with extreme energy and practice the underworld ascension method. After making up his mind, Wang Lin took a deep breath. He scanned the area with his divine sense and quickly flew to the north. Not long after, he arrived at a river in the forest. He carefully washed himself and finally washed away the black dirt on his body. He felt refreshed. Sitting on a rock by the river, Wang Lin recalled his previous experience. He didn't know if Zhang Hu was dead or alive. He silently prayed that Zhang Hu would be able to escape this calamity. Sighing, Wang Lin collected his thoughts. After a long time, he formed a spell with his right hand and shot out a white light. The moment the white light appeared, its color immediately changed. From white to gray, the color was still darkening. At the same time, the white light flashed and flew toward the west. Wang Lin was startled. The spell that shot out this white light was taught to him by Situ Nan. It was a spell that allowed him to search for places with extreme negative energy. The darker the color, the closer he was to a place with extreme negative energy. When the light turned completely black, it meant that he had found a place with extreme negative energy. Wang Lin didn't say anything and immediately chased after it. He followed the light that had turned completely gray and quickly traveled through the forest. The color of the gray light became darker and darker. The moment it turned completely black, the light disappeared with a bang. Suddenly, Wang Lin stopped in his tracks. He stared blankly into the distance. His heart was so shocked that he couldn't speak. In front of him was an endless stretch of ruins. He couldn't see the end of it. Most of the houses in front of him had already collapsed. Countless plants grew all over the ruins. The ruins were full of weeds, and the excrement of wild beasts was everywhere. Small beasts were running around in the ruins, and occasionally they would scream. Scar-like cracks appeared on the ground, like a bloody mouth that could devour life at any time, revealing its ferocious face. The thick metal wreckage stood on the ground, revealing the ruins of the end of the world. The monotonous gray and the green of the plants were entangled together, revealing an aura of despair. It was a ghastly sight. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he looked at the ruins. His heart was filled with shock. At this moment, a bright light suddenly flashed on top of a towering wreckage in the ruins. Then, a white beam of light shot down in an instant. Wang Lin was startled. Suddenly, his expression changed. He turned his head towards the forest not far away. He saw a small beast that was dripping with blood. It was struggling to crawl towards the spot where the beam of light landed. There was a wound on its right leg. White bones could be seen. As it crawled, a deep trail of blood was left behind. After a long time, it finally crawled under the beam of light. It let out a joyful cry. Its right leg was healing at an extremely fast speed. The whole process only took a few seconds. The small beast was as good as new. It shook its body in joy. It walked out of the beam of light, and its figure gradually disappeared into the distance. At this time, the beam of light was still condensing. Wang Lin was greatly shaken. He looked at the beam of light speechlessly. At this time, the beam of light turned into specks of silver light and dissipated. Wang Lin muttered to himself. He stood at the side and continued to observe. After half an hour, the beam of light appeared again. This cycle repeated several times. Wang Lin watched from the side for a day. He finally found some clues. According to Wang Lin's judgment, the appearance of this beam of light was definitely related to sunlight. It was obvious that even though this place had turned into ruins, there were still some magic tools that didn't lose their effect. After absorbing the sunlight, they displayed a miraculous scene. Moreover, there were a lot of wild beasts that knew that the beam of light could heal their injuries. Wang Lin saw no less than 20 injured wild beasts arriving here in just one day. Seeing that the sky was getting darker, Wang Lin calculated that the last beam of light was about to appear. He no longer hesitated and immediately stepped forward. He extended his hand into the beam of light. A warm stream of air immediately pervaded his hand. This stream of air wasn't spiritual power. It was a kind of substance that Wang Lin was extremely unfamiliar with. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he quietly felt the stream of air. He immediately made a cut on his arm and extended his hand into the beam of light once again. Inside the beam of light, the wound healed at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the wound disappeared. Wang Lin muttered to himself for a while. He didn't say anything and quickly shuttled back and forth among the ruins. After a short while, he arrived under the tall wreckage that shot out the beam of light. This was the wreckage of a large, cylindrical stone. From the outside, it could be seen that it was broken in the middle. Although most of it had collapsed, one could still see its former glory. Two huge statues holding giant swords stood beside it. On top of them, there was a tower-shaped building that was about 30 feet long. As Wang Lin looked at the wreckage, an image appeared in his mind. A towering tower that reached into the clouds had been broken in the middle during a sudden disaster. The tip of the tower had fallen onto the statues on both sides. The light was emitted from a stone bead that was about 20 feet in diameter at the top of the tower. Looking at the stone bead, Wang Lin hesitated. This thing was too big and looked like it couldn't be taken away. Moreover, he hadn't completely analyzed the principle of its healing ability. If he forcibly removed it, he didn't know if it would lose its effect. After thinking about it again and again, Wang Lin didn't act rashly. Instead, he wandered around the ruins and observed. Gradually, Wang Lin's expression became strange. He checked many places and found something strange. In some of the more intact houses in the ruins, he saw some porcelain on the ground that was still intact. There was even some black substance left in some of the porcelain. At this time, the sky was getting darker. Wang Lin didn't dare to stay here in the middle of the night, so he quickly rushed into the jungle. The moment darkness completely descended, Wang Lin walked out of the ruins. He stood outside and stared at the ruins, his eyes flashing. Chapter 87. A bold guess suddenly appeared in Wang Lin's mind. One day, many people were sitting at a table when a disaster suddenly befell them. Without them noticing, the entire city turned into a deathly silent ruin. At this time, a cold aura gradually emitted from the ruins. This aura became heavier and heavier until it almost solidified into a solid substance. Looking at the scale of this ruin, I'm afraid the population is no less than 10 million. A place with 10 million dead people should be the best yellow-type extreme inland among the four lands. Situ Nin once explained in detail to Wang Lin when he was in seclusion. Extreme inlands are divided into four types: heavenly in, earth in, profound in, and yellow in. Yellow in land was the simplest. A place with a large number of dead people was a yellow in land. The more dead people there were, the better the yellow in land. Profound in land was a bit difficult. Most of them would only appear in extremely cold places. Earthine was even more difficult. It required great luck to encounter it. After all, the so-called Earthine was the aura emitted from the abyss below. As for heavenly in, it was basically impossible to appear. To form a heavenly Een land, one must have earth, profound, and yellow Een at the same time. Only then would it produce a wonderful transformation and become a heavenly Een land. The higher the quality of the extreme Een land, the more benefits it would bring to the cultivator. Wang Lin immediately formed a hand seal with his right hand and muttered something. Suddenly, red light spots condensed in front of him and formed a red ball of light. This was a spell specially used to test the quality of the extreme Een land. According to the color of the ball of light, there were 4 kinds of light: purple, blue, silver, and red. They each corresponded to the 4 great extreme Een lands of heaven: earth, profound, and yellow. In addition, Situ Nan had also mentioned that even different places of extreme Een were divided into 4 levels: ordinary, superior, heavy Een, and extreme Een. Each level was divided into 10 grades. Generally speaking, ordinary grade 3 and above could be used to cultivate the netherworld ascension method. Ordinary grade 8 and above could speed up the cultivation speed. After the ball of light appeared, it suddenly emitted a strong red light. The red light became brighter and brighter. Finally, it flashed 5 times. Wang Lin touched his chin. His eyes flashed. He knew that flashing 5 times meant that the quality of the yellow Een land was ordinary grade 5. After pondering for a while, he controlled the ball of light and walked into the ruins. As Wang Lin walked in, the surrounding cold aura became thicker and thicker. In the end, he even felt as if he was walking in water. This aura was too heavy. Just walking a few hundred feet, he already felt like he was suffocating. This time, ball grew brighter and brighter as Wang Lin walked, reaching the level of an ordinary 8th stage. Wang Lin didn't stop and continued forward. After walking another few hundred feet, he arrived in front of the stone bead's remains. He couldn't go any further. The cold Een Qi drilled into his body, and his blood vessels began to hurt. His spiritual energy also showed signs of going out of control. At this moment, the red ball split into 2 with a bang. Both of them flickered. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He knew that this meant that the quality of this place had reached the 1st grade. According to Wang Lin's search of the ruins during the day, he knew that the ruins were huge. His current location was probably not even 1/10,000th of it. Furthermore, the deeper they went, the denser the Een Qi became. This is definitely the best place to train. Wang Lin slowly retreated and stopped at the spot where he was at the 5th grade. This was the place Wang Lin thought was the most suitable for his body. The underworld ascension method's requirement for Een energy had to be increased step by step. This was something Situ Nan told him before he went to sleep. Wang Lin thought for a while and sat down in a lotus position. He closed his eyes and pondered. Situ Nan's detailed explanation of the art of underworld ascension echoed in his mind. The art of underworld ascension was divided into 9 levels. Every 3 levels allowed the cultivator to form a cold dan. Once all 9 levels were cultivated, the 3 cold dawn would fuse together. There would be a chance that the cultivator would reach the completion stage. This was the main reason why Wang Lin decided to cultivate the art of underworld ascension. It was also the most suitable and faster method for Wang Lin out of all the methods that Situ Nan knew. Of course, there were faster methods, such as the Dan stealing technique. However, for Wang Lin, capturing a completion stage cultivator alive was the same as suicide. The cold Dan of the art of underworld ascension was formed by breaking through the orifices. This was a process that must be experienced to cultivate this technique. The art of underworld ascension had 3 major orifices: the Dantian, the Sea of Qi, and the ancestral orifice. The moment these 3 orifices were broken through, the cold Dan would form. Once the cold Dan appeared, the spiritual energy in the body would change and turn into Een energy. As for the success rate of breaking through the orifices, it had a lot to do with the quality of the Een Qi. Time passed quickly. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was getting brighter. The Een Qi around him quickly dissipated. The moment the sun rose, the Een Qi disappeared. Wang Lin stood up. Since he had decided to cultivate here, he had to find a place to live. He looked around and set his sights on a collapsed house not far from where he was. With a wave of his right hand, the debris and rubble all floated into the air and cleared out a small, empty space. After everything was done, Wang Lin quietly sat cross-legged in the empty space. He took out a thread-bound book from his bag of holding and carefully flipped through it. This book was the book that he bought 2 years ago in Tong Family City with a medium-quality spirit stone. At that time, he took a quick look at it and found that there were detailed descriptions of several formations. There were also diagrams and all kinds of formations that were very comprehensive. After memorizing all of the contents, Wang Lin closed his eyes and pondered. His hands occasionally moved as if he was drawing something with his divine sense. One day quickly passed. At dusk, Wang Lin let out a sigh, opened his eyes, and muttered to himself, "This formation is very profound." Even though the small formations in this booklet are very simple, it took me an entire day to barely understand a thing or two. Some of the derivation techniques in their focus on the power of calculation. The further I go, the more difficult it becomes. Helplessly, he stopped thinking about it and followed the diagrams in the book. As he fumbled around, he used the attraction technique to pick up stones and place them outside the room. Just like that, he finally set up a formation called Little Disorientating Footprints. This formation was too rough and simple. It didn't even have a flag. Looking at the scattered stones outside the room, Wang Lin bitterly smiled. He carefully compared it with the diagrams and made some adjustments. Finally, it matched the requirements of the diagrams. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His hands formed a spell according to the instructions and quickly pointed. Suddenly, a fog appeared silently and surrounded the surroundings. Wang Lin looked at the fog and smiled bitterly. This formation was more than enough to trap some mortals. However, for cultivators, it was useless and couldn't achieve its purpose of protecting them. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin muttered to himself, "If one formation isn't enough, I'll set up 2. If that doesn't work, I'll set up all the diagrams in the book. That way, it will more or less have some effect." Thinking of this, Wang Lin used the attraction technique again to control the stones around him. After setting up a few more diagrams, night fell again. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground. The moment the cold yin-chi rose, he suddenly placed his hands on his knees and focused on breathing. His breathing was in the form of 1 long and 5 short. The so-called 1 long meant that he took a long time to breathe in. As for the 5 short, it meant that the time he took to breathe out was only 1/5 of the time he took to breathe in. He was using the fastest speed to absorb the surrounding cold yin-chi into his body. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he had breathed in the outside world after inheriting his foundation. In the past 2 years, he had been absorbing spiritual liquid and digesting it internally. This cold yin-chi was actually the same as spiritual energy. Wang Lin had cultivated spiritual energy for many years, so he was very familiar with it. However, he immediately noticed something was different. In the past, when he breathed in and out, there seemed to be a thin membrane around his body that prevented him from breathing in and out. Not only was the speed at which spiritual energy entered his body slow, but he could also only absorb a portion of it. Most of it would disappear as he breathed in and out. However, it was different now. It was as if the thin membrane had disappeared. The moment he breathed in and out, the cold yin-chi flooded into his body. Moreover, it was as if his body had changed. He had absorbed more than half of the cold yin-chi. It was completely different from before. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and came up with 3 answers. First, the cold yin-chi was different from spiritual energy, so it was more suitable for him to breathe in and out. Second, after reaching the foundation establishment stage, his breathing speed was much faster than when he was at the qi condensation stage. Third, after absorbing part of Tung Li's spiritual root, his talent had increased by a lot. As for which answer was correct, Wang Lin didn't think too much about it. Instead, he immersed himself in breathing in and out. At the beginning, Wang Lin wasn't used to it because the yin energy's attribute was very cold. After he absorbed it, it immediately entered his body and entered his internal organs. The coldness that spread out from his body caused his body to tremble. This feeling was the complete opposite of absorbing spiritual energy. One made his body feel warm and comfortable, while the other made him feel like he had entered an ice house. As he breathed in more and more of the cold yin qi, Wang Lin's hands and feet became cold. The blood in his body became more and more viscous. In the end, even his heartbeat slowed down. Frost appeared on his eyebrows, hair, and all the pores on his body. A cold yin qi came out from his body and perfectly merged with his surroundings. Time quickly passed. When the sun rose, the cold yin qi dissipated. Wang Lin's eyelids trembled, and he opened his eyes. He let out a deep breath of white air. After a night of breathing, a small ball of air appeared in his abdomen. This ball of air slowly rotated and released a trace of cold yin qi. The spiritual energy in his body didn't reject this ball of air at all. They didn't interact. Chapter 88. Touching his lower abdomen, Wang Lin muttered to himself, "The underworld ascension method. I finally know why it is called this." The so-called yellow springs meant that when practicing this technique, one's body had to be in a state of near death. This state of being on the verge of entering the yellow springs would make it more suitable for one to absorb yin qi. However, if one isn't careful during this time, it's very possible that one will actually enter the underworld. In truth, not many people in a rank 6 cultivation country have the courage to cultivate the underworld ascension method. Situ, Nan, is one of the few that have successfully cultivated it. According to the demonic path of a rank 6 cultivation country, the underworld ascension method is also called a strange method. It is called strange because it has too many strange changes. Some of these changes are very beneficial to the cultivator, while others will cause the cultivator to die. Just like this, Wang Lin settled down here. Every night, he would cultivate the yin energy. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. During this month, aside from cultivating the underworld ascension method, Wang Lin found out that the mysterious stone bead could also condense dew here. Also, this dew didn't contain spiritual energy, but yin energy. At this point, Wang Lin gained a new understanding of the stone bead. As a result, Wang Lin began to accumulate yin energy. Especially at midnight, when the yin energy is at its strongest, the yin energy will easily appear. After taking the yin energy dew, Wang Lin found that although the yin energy in the dew was very strong, it was not on the same level as the spiritual energy dew. If yin qi and spirit qi were considered to be of the same quality, then the yin frost dew could only reach the level of spirit qi snow water, far inferior to the spirit qi dew. Wang Lin knew that the underworld ascension method really depends on how much yin energy one absorbs. The more one absorbs, the more powerful it becomes. As a result, during the day, Wang Lin would enter the dream space to cultivate with the yin energy dew, and at night, he would cultivate in his room. As time passed, the yin energy in Wang Lin's body gradually increased. Every time he cultivated, it would become one with the surrounding yin energy. Every time, his heartbeat would slow down until it was almost non-existent. There were even a few times when his heart almost stopped beating, but he persevered in the end. Early in the morning, Wang Lin woke up from his meditation. He took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "There's more and more yin qi in my body. I should be able to break through my aperture for the first time." Suddenly, he stared at the dense fog formed by the formation around him with a strange look in his eyes. Without another word, he flicked his sleeves, and the fog parted to reveal a small path. Wang Lin walked out of the array and immediately saw a few long marks on the ground, extending into the depths of the ruins. He remembered that there were a few wild beasts that died of blood loss before the Pillar of Light arrived. But now, the beast's carcass had disappeared. It was obvious that it had been dragged into the depths of the ruins. Could it be that there are people in these ruins? A chill immediately surged into Wang Lin's heart. The other party had dragged away the beast's carcass last night, but he hadn't noticed it all. A dignified look flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He immediately observed his house and found no abnormalities. There were no signs of the formation being attacked. He He stroked his chin and calmly dashed into the forest. Not long after, he flew back with two beast corpses in his hands. After throwing the corpses to the side, he immediately returned to the formation. His right hand formed a seal and shot out a white light. Suddenly, the fog around him became even thicker, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. After doing all this, Wang Lin still felt uneasy. There was always a shadow shrouding his heart. After a long time, he calmed his mind and spread out his divine sense. He drank a mouthful of cold dew, inhaled and exhaled while remaining vigilant. Night came. This night, Wang Lin did not absorb yin qi. Instead, he quietly sat in the same place and spread out his divine sense to the maximum. Within 100 feet, even the slightest movement of grass was reflected in his heart. In particular, where the two beast carcasses were, Wang Lin was especially attentive. He wanted to see what kind of creature was in the ruins and why it would come here at night. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, it was almost midnight. The yin qi was extremely thick. Wang Lin held his breath and carefully observed his surroundings. Within the range of his divine sense, there was only silence. The two beast carcasses were also soaked in the yin qi and were covered in frost. In addition, even the forest outside the ruins was silent. It was so quiet that it was a little scary. This was not the first time Wang Lin had spread out his divine sense at night. However, in the past, even in the middle of the night, there would be some beasts and insects that would sometimes cry out. This was the first time it had been so quiet. Suddenly, Wang Lin's expression changed. In his divine sense, the yin qi in the direction of the ruins was boiling and dancing. His eyes were bright, and his mouth hung a trace of a sneer as he calmly watched. In the direction of the ruins, along with the surging cold aura, a strange shadow quickly appeared. The other party's speed was too fast. Wang Lin's divine sense only saw a black shadow flash by, and the beast carcasses on the ground disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin was startled. The moment the other party appeared, he saw what it looked like. It was a humanoid creature with blue skin. Strange symbols covered every inch of the other party's skin. In addition, there were also 9 pieces of yellow paper that were half an inch long stuck to several spots on the person's body. This shocking and strange appearance caused Wang Lin to be bewildered. At this moment, the strange person appeared again. He stood outside Wang Lin's formation and had a thoughtful look on his face. The strange person took a few steps back and looked at the formation's fog with doubt. There was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. In the end, he quickly circled around the area. Wang Lin was completely focused on the other party. He didn't rush to attack. He wanted to see what this strange person had up his sleeve. The strange person circled around the fog and stopped, his eyes filled with curiosity. Then his body moved and he rushed into the formation. The moment he entered the formation, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with killing intent. His right hand formed a seal and a white light shot into the formation. The fog immediately began to boil. Immediately after, the sound of stones shattering came from the formation. One formation after another was destroyed, and the color of the fog became more and more faint. Without saying anything, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a green light. The green light flashed and shot out like a whirlwind. With a loud bang, the strange man's angry roar came from within the fog. Then, a huge force came from within the formation and spread out in all directions. Countless stones were thrown into the air and shattered in midair, turning into dust. The fog immediately dissipated and the strange person saw Wang Lin. His eyes revealed a bloodthirsty look and he walked over with a grin. Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual. He pointed his right hand into the air and a green light flashed. The flying sword appeared behind the strange person and pierced through his chest. It came out from his heart, bringing with it a stream of blue blood. The moment the blood appeared, it immediately turned into ice crystals and fell to the ground. The strange person groaned in pain and immediately retreated a few steps. His face revealed a look of fear. Wang Lin's heart sank. The strange person was attacked by the flying sword and was still able to move. Without another word, his eyes flashed coldly, and he slapped his storage pouch. Immediately, an ancient-looking sword sheath flew out. The small green sword flashed and pierced into the sword sheath. It fell down 2/5 of the way to the sheath and stopped. Then its color immediately changed from green to blue and from blue to black. Then it suddenly left the sheath and slashed at the strange person. When the strange person saw the flying sword, the fear in his eyes increased. Just as he was about to dodge, the black sword pierced through the air and pierced the strange person's chest. At the same time, there was a flash of black light and a series of muffled booms. The strange person's body was thrown out like a kite with a broken string. The flying sword was stained with the strange person's blood and stuck to the strange person's body. No matter how hard Wang Lin tried to control it, he couldn't move it. Even teleportation couldn't work. Under his shock, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. The moment the flying sword hit the strange person, he keenly noticed that the strange symbols on the strange person's body flashed. It was obvious that the strange person used some kind of secret technique to resist his attack. Without another word, he slapped his storage pouch and took out the paper talisman he obtained from Zhang Hu. He quickly chased after the strange person. Suddenly, Wang Lin's pupil shrank. He saw the strange person's body twist at an incredible angle in midair. Immediately, he fell to the ground on one knee. A bowl-sized wound appeared on his chest. Blue blood flowed out in large amounts. All the symbols on the strange person's body were flashing rapidly. As the symbols flashed, the strange person's wound quickly healed. Wang Lin didn't even blink. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy. He took out the paper talisman. The paper talisman suddenly ignited and turned into a black light that emitted a strong heat wave. In an instant, it shot towards the strange person's chest wound. The strange person let out a miserable howl. His body was pierced through. Still not dead, Wang Lin's heart sank. The strange person had suffered such a fatal injury and still hadn't died. However, what made him feel slightly relieved was that after the attack of the paper talisman, the flying sword that was stuck to the strange person's body finally rushed out with a flash of black light and circled back. A look of struggle appeared in the strange man's eyes. Suddenly, he lifted his hand and tore off one of the 9 pieces of yellow paper on his body. The moment he tore off the yellow paper, a green gas immediately surged out from every part of his body and enveloped him. Wang Lin's face darkened. Without hesitation, he pointed at the scabbard. The flying sword immediately returned to the scabbard and sank 3/5 of its length. The color of the flying sword quickly changed from black to red. 3/5 of the scabbard was Wang Lin's current limit. According to his analysis, with his current strength of the early stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm, he could even fight against a middle-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator if he used a flying sword that sank 3/5 of the scabbard. At this moment, the green gas outside the strange person's body rapidly shrank and quickly melted into his body. When he reappeared in front of Wang Lin, his chest was smooth without a trace of a wound. He stared at Wang Lin with resentment in his eyes. However, it was clear that he was very afraid of Wang Lin, especially when he looked at the flying sword. His face was filled with fear. "Who are you?" Wang Lin didn't rush to attack. The strange person had 9 pieces of yellow paper on him. Tearing off one would allow him to completely recover from his near-death state. As such, this battle wouldn't be decided in a short period of time. Chapter 89. Wang is using this place to cultivate. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to hurt anyone. If you leave now and don't disturb my cultivation in the future, I'll let today's matter rest. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a cold light as he coldly said. The strange man revealed a puzzled expression. He opened his mouth and said a few sharp words. Wang Lin frowned. He didn't understand a single word, and the strange man clearly didn't understand what he said either. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes and slowly moved to the side, arriving at a broken wall. The strange man saw Wang Lin move and immediately became vigilant. Wang Lin waved his right hand and quickly drew on the broken wall. The strange man was stunned. He stared at Wang Lin's finger without blinking, and his face gradually revealed a look of understanding. Wang Lin's finger moved quickly and drew a sketch of the ruins on the wall. Then he stared at the strange man and drew a line in the middle of the sketch, dividing it into two. Then Wang Lin pointed at the strange man, and his finger fell on the right half. Then he pointed at himself, and his finger fell on the left half. After doing all this, Wang Lin's finger slowly moved from the right to the left, leaving a mark on the wall. At this time, he stared at the strange man with a murderous look in his eyes. The meaning was self-evident. If you come here again, Wang will use up all my spiritual energy to kill you. The strange man's face revealed a look of understanding. He hesitated for a moment and touched his chest. There was a lingering fear in his eyes as he looked at the scabbard and flying sword floating in front of Wang Lin. He opened his mouth and let out a sharp and strange sound. Wang Lin frowned. Seeing that Wang Lin didn't understand what he meant, the strange man became anxious. He waved his hand in front of him for a long time and finally slapped his head. He jumped not far away and punched a broken wall. The moment his fist hit the wall, the runes on his body suddenly flashed and the broken wall exploded into pieces. The eccentric picked up a few pieces of rubble, and a look of reminiscence appeared on his face as he placed the rubble around him. After doing this, he looked hopefully at Wang Lin and let out a few more strange roars. Wang Lin's eyebrows relaxed slightly. He made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and all the stones around the strange man floated up and were placed aside according to a certain pattern. Then, he formed a seal with his right hand and shot out a white light. Immediately, a dense fog appeared and covered the area around the stone. Are you talking about this array formation? Wang Lin stared at the strange man and asked unhurriedly. The eccentric immediately began to dance with excitement. He slapped his chest, causing the runes on his body to flicker. With a roar, he spread his arms wide, causing the ground to shake. The ground where the minor disorienting spell formation was located slowly rose up, revealing a huge crater. The minor confusion formation was like a small mountain that the strange man held above his head. He nodded to Wang Lin and hurriedly left. Before he got far, he stopped and looked deeply at Wang Lin. After letting out a loud roar, he raised the small mountain with one hand and gestured at Wang Lin with the other before quickly disappearing from the city. Wang Lin stared at the strange man's figure. It wasn't that he didn't consider killing him, but that the yellow paper on his body was too strange. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Wang Lin didn't want to fight him to the death, so he chose to communicate with him. As he was thinking, his expression suddenly changed and killing intent flashed in his eyes. His flying sword hummed and emitted a cold aura. The strange man had left and had returned. You're courting death. Wang Lin stared at the figure that had suddenly appeared in the distance. His voice was cold as he spoke. The strange man quickly stopped and waved the circular object in his hand in front of him. There was an expression of explanation on his face, but when he saw that Wang Lin's eyes were still cold, he threw the object at Wang Lin. Wang Lin unhurriedly retreated a few steps. The strange man didn't use much strength, and the circular object rolled to a stop not far from Wang Lin. After throwing the object, the strange man grinned at Wang Lin and immediately disappeared in a cold aura. The sky was gradually brightening. Wang Lin cautiously looked in the direction that the strange man had left. After a long time, he slowly walked over to the circular object and looked down. It was a round bead that was only 1/10 the size of a fist. It was covered in dust, and there were even some small cracks on the edges. As he looked at it, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. He picked up a stone beside him and lightly hit the bead. The bead immediately rolled backwards. A faint fluctuation of spiritual energy was emitted from the bead. This is a magic treasure? He was startled. His right hand grabbed the air and the bead floated up. He carefully observed it for a long time. Finally, his eyes flashed and he grabbed it without hesitation. He swept it with his divine sense and activated his spiritual energy. Suddenly, a wisp of white smoke came out from the bead and floated in the air. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a white-clothed old man. This old man had white hair and wrinkled skin. He had an eagle's beak and a hawk's eyes. His body emitted a dangerous aura. He casually glanced at Wang Lin and revealed a mocking expression. He leisurely said, "Do you dare to fight with the old man?" Wang Lin was startled. He took a few steps back and carefully looked at the old man. The old man's cultivation seemed to be around the 15th layer of qi condensation. He rubbed his nose and his eyes flashed. He increased the flow of spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy flowed, the old man's aura rapidly rose until it stopped at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. His hair moved without any wind. The old man floated up and his eyes were filled with battle intent. He whispered, "Do you dare to fight with the old man?" Wang Lin was completely stunned. He couldn't figure out the use of this bead. He pondered for a bit and once again increased the flow of his spiritual energy. The old man's eyes flashed brightly and his aura suddenly increased. Every move he made was like wind and thunder. In the end, his aura increased to the point where Wang Lin couldn't see through his cultivation level. Just one glance was enough to scare him. At this moment, the old man let out a deep breath. With his hands behind his back, he revealed a lonely expression and said, "Those below the core formation stage don't have the right to fight with the old man scram." Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. He withdrew his spiritual energy and the old man immediately disappeared. He turned back into white smoke and returned to the bead. With a crack, another crack appeared on the bead. Wang Lin stared at the bead in his hand and was speechless. He was completely convinced of the effects of this magic treasure. This was an illusion magic treasure. It was almost as realistic as the real thing. The old man had created, whether it was his expression, temperament, speech, or movement, all had the demeanor of a master. Especially the last sentence. Those below the core formation stage don't have the right to fight with the old man scram. His aura and expression were all at their peak. Wang Lin believed that even if he met him, he wouldn't be able to tell that it was fake. After all, the old man's aura, in most people's eyes, was that of a true master. Also, as his cultivation level increased, the more spiritual energy he absorbed into the bead, the stronger the old man he created would be. It was the best choice to use to scare people. Wang Lin put away the magic treasure and said to himself, "This blue-skinned man is quite interesting. He must feel bad for taking away the little confusion formation, so he gave me this treasure." From this, he immediately deduced that the strange man probably didn't know how to use magic treasures. Also, there must be other treasures hidden in the ruins of the city. Now, in Wang Lin's eyes, this ruined city had become a mysterious treasure. A light that can heal any injury, an illusion magic treasure, and a mysterious strange man. How many more secrets are there here? Wang Lin touched his chin. At this time, the sky was bright. He rearranged the formation around the training ground, sat inside, drank a mouthful of cold dew, and breathed in and out. Time flew, and 2 months had passed. During the day, Wang Lin sat cross-legged in his room. After 2 months of breathing in and out, a thick cold qi had formed his body. At this point, he was ready to break through the acupoints of the Netherworld Ascension technique for the first time. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He had thoroughly studied the Netherworld Ascension technique and was familiar with the 3 acupoints described in the technique. The 3 acupoints were the dantian in the lower abdomen, the sea of qi in the chest, and the ancestral acupoint in the brain. These 3 acupoints needed to be broken 3 times so that a cold core could be formed. Simply put, for example, the dantian. According to the description of the Netherworld Ascension technique, after completing the first level, the dantian would be opened. If one wanted to practice the second level, the dantian must be broken before opening. The Netherworld Ascension method emphasized on the principle of destruction before construction. Wang Lin pondered for a while, and according to the method of the technique, he mobilized the cold qi in his lower abdomen and began the first acupoint breakthrough. Under his control, the cold qi rotated faster and faster, and waves of pain came from his lower abdomen. Wang Lin was familiar with the technique and knew that this was a normal reaction before the acupoints were opened. The more painful it was, the closer the acupoints would be opened. This kind of pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. He felt as if a sharp knife had pierced his lower abdomen, twisting and cutting. Large beads of sweat dripped from Wang Lin's forehead. In just a few seconds, His whole body was soaked in sweat. The qi rotated rapidly and turned into a whirlpool. Being cold, qi quickly spread out. From the outside, Wang Lin's abdomen had turned blue and frost gradually appeared. Wang Lin clenched his teeth. The pain became more and more intense, and the cold qi immediately engulfed Wang Lin's body. In that instant, as the ball of qi spun, a deep black hole appeared. As soon as it appeared, the ball of frigid qi sank into it like a stone ox sinking into water. Then, the spiritual energy in his body also seemed to be devoured. It desperately drilled out from all parts of his body and was sucked into the black hole. A strange change occurred inside the black hole. The spiritual energy that flowed into the black hole originally did not interfere with the cold qi outside. However, after entering the black hole, the two immediately attacked each other fiercely, as if they were competing for territory. Gradually, the cold qi and spiritual energy began to devour and merge with each other. Finally, they formed a different kind of spiritual energy that slowly rotated inside the black hole. Chapter 90. At this point, the first level of the Netherworld Ascension method was completed. The Dantian acupoint was first opened. Wang Lin calmed himself down and mobilized 1/3 of the qi outside his Dantian to attack it. The qi did not enter the Dantian, but surrounded the entire black hole and began to attack it from the outside. As the attacks went on, although he suffered many casualties, the frigid air currents were still infatuated. They continued to attack his Dantian fiercely again and again, and they became fiercer and fiercer as the battle went on. After a long time, the black hole in the Dantian could not bear the pressure and gradually showed signs of collapse. Wang Lin immediately mobilized 1/3 of the qi again and destroyed the Dantian acupoint in one go. In an instant, a sharp pain came. The moment the Dantian acupoint collapsed, the mutated spiritual power in the Dantian immediately flowed out and dissipated in every inch of his muscles and bones. Wang Lin did not even blink and mobilized the qi again to attack the acupoint. This time, it took much longer than the first time. Seeing that the qi seemed to be running out of energy, Wang Lin used the last 1/3. After being replenished, the qi immediately formed a whirlpool that was several times bigger than the black hole in the Dantian, spinning rapidly. The faster the whirlpool spun, the more urgent it was to attack the acupoint. Time passed quietly and night fell. Wang Lin was still in the final stage of the acupoint attack. The qi whirlpool in his body was spinning at an extremely fast speed. Because it was so fast, only a nebula-like whirlpool could be seen in the Dantian. It seemed to be spinning slowly, but in fact, it was far beyond the naked eye's limit. At midnight, the qi became thicker. At this time, Wang Lin's body was like a black hole. As the whirlpool in his body spun, all the qi within 10 feet of his body was madly sucked in. The area within 10 feet seemed to have become a meat grinder of qi, sucking the qi almost infinitely. When this huge amount of qi was sucked into Wang Lin's body, it immediately joined the whirlpool in the Dantian. The whirlpool grew bigger and bigger until it almost broke through the limits of Wang Lin's body and grew infinitely. He was immediately shocked and wanted to stop, but he found that the vortex in his body was already out of control. He could only watch as it continued to grow. Anxiety surged in Wang Lin's heart. The Netherworld Ascension method did not have any relevant records regarding the current situation in his body. Wang Lin didn't know that the reason why the Netherworld Ascension method was called a strange skill was because it had too many strange changes. Some of these changes were extremely beneficial to the cultivator, and some would cause the cultivator to lose the skill and die. Now that C2 Nan was asleep, Wang Lin had to take care of everything himself. As the vortex grew, its suction force also became more and more intense. The surrounding area of 100 feet rapidly expanded. This was a vicious cycle. The larger the vortex, the wider the distance it could expand. The larger the vortex was, the faster the vortex could absorb the cold energy. 20 zhang, 30 zhang, 50 zhang, 70 zhang, 100 zhang within a radius of 100 feet. The cold energy surged like it was boiling. The strange change within 100 feet caused the flow of the cold energy in an even larger area. Within 1,000 feet, the colding energy was moving as if there was an invisible hand. Wang Lin had completely lost control of the vortex. After an unknown amount of time, the dantian in his body was suddenly enlightened. This was the second time his dantian was enlightened. Just like the first time, a black hole appeared the moment the dantian was enlightened, and the cold vortex immediately sank into it. The strange change in Wang Lin's body immediately caused all the colding energy within a radius of 100 feet to change. If the vortex in Wang Lin's body was previously endlessly absorbing the colding energy, then now that the black hole in his dantian appeared, this absorption immediately became devouring. In an instant, the colding energy within a radius of 100 feet was instantly devoured, turning into a vacuum belt. The sudden change immediately caused a larger change, and the range of the devouring became wider and wider. 100 feet, 150 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, 500 feet, 700 feet, and finally more than 10,000 feet. At this time, if one looked from the sky, one would see an extremely strange scene. Within 1,000 feet, all the colding energy was rolling like a rising tide, gathering in the center. In the depths of the ruins, the blue-skinned, strange man grabbed the corpse of a wild beast and tore the flesh. He had just swallowed a piece of flesh connected to a blood vessel when he suddenly turned his head and stared at the direction of Wang Lin. With a look of horror in his eyes, he hurriedly dropped the food in his hand and rushed towards Wang Lin like a frightened monkey escaping from a rabbit. Not long after, he slowed down a little and sensitively found that the cold-ing energy around him was flowing rapidly forward. He hesitated for a moment and continued to move forward. When he was 3,000 feet away, he stopped, and the look of horror in his eyes became more intense. As for Wang Lin, the moment his dantian was opened, the mutated spiritual power in his body quickly gathered towards the black hole in his dantian and immediately assimilated and fused together. At the moment when the spiritual power was assimilated and fused, he used his perception of the spiritual power to finally grasp control of the colding vortex again. However, the degree of control was extremely small, and it was impossible to stop the flow of the colding energy in his dantian. Wang Lin gritted his teeth and decided not to stop devouring the cold-ing energy. Instead, he controlled the increasing cold-ing energy in his body and began the third opening breakthrough, entering the third level of the underworld ascension method. Under the guidance of Wang Lin's control, the huge amount of cold-ing energy in his dantian immediately began to open the aperture. His dantian instantly collapsed, turning into specks of blue light and dissipating. However, within the blue light, a dark blue crystal slowly appeared. This crystal was attacked by the cold-ing energy, and its color became darker and darker until it became completely green. The third aperture opening breakthrough was easily completed. A cold core appeared in Wang Lin's dantian. Countless tentacles extended from the cold core and spread to every part of Wang Lin's body. The mutated spiritual power in his body quickly changed with the appearance of the cold core. At this time, the colding energy was still very thick. Wang Lin had a feeling that if he allowed the colding energy to devour him, he would explode from the colding energy. This feeling gradually became real as time passed, and a faint feeling of swelling came from his body. Wang Lin gritted his teeth again, and his eyes revealed a look of desperation. He once again pushed the colding energy to enter the fourth level of the underworld ascension method. Situ Nin had once pointed out that the first, fourth, and seventh levels of this method were extremely difficult to cultivate. This was because these three levels were the first to open the dantian, qi, and ancestral aperture. Originally, according to the requirements of the underworld ascension method, the first three levels had to be completely consolidated and the cold core had to be nourished in the dantian. Only after it had reached a certain level could it be attempted to open the aperture. However, now that the spiritual power in Wang Lin's body had merged with the huge amount of colding energy, the arrow on the bow had to be fired. Therefore, he began the opening breakthrough of the fourth level of the underworld ascension method. At the chest, he opened the qi acupoint. The colding energy in his dantian rose like a whirlpool and slowly rose. After a long time, it finally arrived at the Chi-Si acupoint and immediately began to spin crazily. The Chi-Si acupoint was like a bottomless pit, quickly absorbing the cold yin energy in the whirlpool. The opening breakthrough failed again and again, and the sky gradually became brighter. The cold yin energy within a radius of 1,000 feet slowly dissipated, and finally, it completely disappeared. The Chi-Si acupoint in Wang Lin's chest was still the same. At this time, he had a very deep impression of the underworld ascension method's description of the high success rate of opening the aperture. He had continuously tried to open the aperture more than 100 times, and every time he failed, the cold yin energy would be consumed a bit. The huge amount of cold yin energy was gradually used up after more than 100 attempts. In addition, the sky was bright, and the cold yin energy within 1,000 feet was completely gone. Without the supplementary power, the remaining cold yin energy in Wang Lin's body was slowly absorbed by the cold core. That night, Wang Lin had absorbed too much cold yin energy, and his own spiritual energy had almost completely changed during the fusion, becoming completely cold yin energy. In terms of quantity, Wang Lin could now clearly feel that the cold yin energy in his body had more than doubled, reaching the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment. He opened his eyes and thought back to everything that happened last night. Although he was shocked, he was more concerned about the pros and cons of this cultivation method. The abnormal cultivation that happened last night opened a new path for Wang Lin. The advantages of this cultivation method were self-evident. As for the disadvantages, it was too dangerous. If he was not careful, he would explode. However, with this experience, Wang Lin believed that next time, he would definitely have a plan, step by step, and reduce the risk to the minimum. It seems that this temporary residence needs to be changed. Although I absorbed a lot of cold yin energy last night, the quality was not high enough to increase the success rate of opening the aperture. Wang Lin muttered to himself. Right now, the success rate of opening the aperture was very low. According to the underworld ascension method, the higher the quality of the yin energy, the higher the success rate. Wang Lin remembered when he tested the quality of the yin energy a few months ago. The source of the healing pillar, the tower-shaped building, was high quality. He made a decision in his heart. At the same time, the sky outside the forest suddenly darkened. An old man emitting a destructive aura silently appeared. His face was gloomy as he stared at the forest below him. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lier, grandfather has come to get revenge for you. The person who came was the Tang family's ancestor, Tang Huayuan. He had been using his senses and curses the entire time, but it was as if there was a layer of fog blocking his senses. He was unable to determine the exact location of the other party. He only knew that the other party was in the forest below him. Speaking of this forest, unless it was absolutely necessary, Tang Huayuan really didn't want to go in. With his current cultivation level, he could clearly feel that there was a powerful existence inside the forest that even he didn't dare to provoke. However, Teng Li's death made it so that he couldn't care less. Teng Huayuan secretly thought that if he went in and didn't touch a single blade of grass or tree, then that powerful existence wouldn't pursue the matter too much. After hesitating for a bit, he clenched his teeth and charged into the forest. In the depths of the forest ruins, a corner of a coffin was silently lifted. A withered hand flickering with a purplish-black light slowly reached out and clenched its fist. Immediately, a purple ball of lightning condensed in its hand, giving off a dangerous aura. The 100-year time limit is approaching. My master, last time you escaped by throwing away your body, but this time you won't be able to escape. Chapter 91. Teng Huayuan carefully walked through the forest and spread out his powerful nascent soul divine sense. Suddenly, his face lit up as he noticed Wang Lin's location. Just as he was about to teleport over, a strange wind blew by and a gloomy voice floated over. Scram! Teng Huayuan's expression changed greatly. Without any hesitation, he backed up a few steps and took a closer look. He saw a cloud of black mist coming from the distance. A withered arm reached out and silently pressed toward Teng Huayuan. Teng Huayuan spread out his divine sense and was shocked. This person was at the mid-stage of nascent soul. He backed up again without any hesitation. The withered arm gently waved, turned into a giant hand, and reached toward Tung Huayuan. Tung Huayuan let out a wry smile and escaped without a word. A mid-stage nascent soul cultivator was not something he could fight against. Although he already knew there were powerful cultivators in the forest, he didn't expect them to be at the mid-stage of nascent soul. Tung Huayuan's body flickered and disappeared. A cold snort came from the black mist, and the giant hand also disappeared without a trace. Just as Tung Huayuan's figure appeared in the sky outside the forest, his expression changed greatly. The giant hand silently appeared behind him and viciously grabbed him. Tung Huayuan secretly cursed. He slapped his bag of holding and took out a piece of beast skin. He quickly pointed at it, and the beast skin released a yellow glow. The beast skin wrapped around his body, and he flew off into the distance, narrowly dodging the giant hand. Even so, he was still hit by the wind from the giant hand. He coughed out a mouthful of blood as he escaped. His face was pale, and he quickly escaped without looking back. A cloud of black mist appeared in the sky. Shortly after, the black mist shrank, revealing a person inside. It was a skinny man that looked like a mummy. He looked at the direction Tung Huayuan escaped, but didn't chase. Instead, he turned around and went back into the forest. He calmly floated around in the forest, as if he was looking for something. Not long after, he stopped in an open space and stared at the ground with an expressionless face. He waved his hands, and the ground under his feet split into two. It was as if someone had torn the ground apart, revealing a long crack. The moment the crack appeared, a shrill cry came from underground. A black figure quickly rushed out and was about to escape. The mummy-like man let out a snort, and the surrounding area turned into a cage. The black figure that charged out let out a scream of fear as it slammed into the cage and bounced back. It no longer tried to escape, but knelt on the ground and cowed out. The mummy-like man slowly said, "I haven't seen Master in 100 years. I didn't expect Master's body to become a corpse demon. Since you have intelligence, you could be considered one of us. I won't kill you, but you must use the connection you have with Master to help me find his nascent soul." The corpse demon nodded and looked at the mummy-like man with fear. The man waved his hand, and the cage around him immediately disappeared. He stared at the corpse demon and said eerily, "Let's go. Take me to find it. If you can find Master's nascent soul, then after I devour it and obtain freedom, I can consider helping you evolve into a corpse demon." Shermay was stunned for a moment, then immediately became overjoyed. She nodded her head vigorously, then stood up and ran into the depths of the forest. The man followed her expressionlessly. At this moment, somewhere in the ruins where sunlight couldn't reach, the blue-skinned man looked in the direction of Wang Lin with hesitation in his eyes. As for Wang Lin, although he had absorbed a large amount of Inqi yesterday, its quality was only at the 6th or 7th level. With such a quality, no matter how much he absorbed after combining with his spiritual power, his growth would not be too great. Moreover, it was no longer suitable for opening apertures for cultivation. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he looked into the depths of the ruins. His goal was there. He was ready to explore deeper to see where the quality of the Inqi in the ruins was. After all, the higher the quality, the higher the success rate. In the middle of the night, Wang Lin made a hand seal with his right hand and shot out a ball of light to test his Inqi. Then, he walked into the depths of the ruins. After walking for a while, the ball of light floated in midair. The red light was dense, and it rapidly flickered several times. With a pop sound, it split into two. The moment the two red balls of light appeared, Wang Lin's face lit up. He knew that this meant that the quality of Inqi here was beyond ordinary and had reached superior grade. As he moved forward, the two red balls of light flashed and their quality slowly increased. Superior grade 2, superior grade 3, all the way to superior grade 5. Wang Lin stopped. In front of him was a wide road with ruins on both sides. However, he could still see that countless years ago, this should have been a prosperous place in the city. Wang Lin calculated the distance and estimated that it was not even 1,000th of the total area of the city. Thus, he immediately sped up. The red light emitted by the ball of light was particularly dazzling in the silent ruins. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense along the way, and his expression was highly focused. The quality of the two balls of light increased bit by bit. Superior grade 6, superior grade 7, superior grade 8. The days rose and fell. On the fourth day, Wang Lin had already entered deep into the ruins of this mysterious city. He estimated that even if he wasn't at the center of the city, he shouldn't be too far away. After all, he was walking in a straight line. Along the way, he could see several deep pits that were dozens of feet wide. These pits were filled with rainwater and were extremely turbid. There were also some strange, snake-like creatures that would occasionally leap out of these pits, baring their vicious fangs at Wang Lin. In addition, the collapse of the surrounding buildings was even more severe. As far as the eye could see, there were almost no broken walls that were more than 30 feet tall. Among the overgrown weeds, there were also some muddy swamps on the ground. There were also some strange creatures living in the mud. Wang Lin had once been ambushed by these creatures. From then on, he became even more vigilant towards this place. Although he had already gone far, the quality of the yin qi hadn't increased by much. Until now, it still hadn't surpassed superior grade and reached heavy yin. On the fifth night, Wang Lin walked out of the swamp. What appeared in front of him was a huge complex of buildings. Although these buildings had all collapsed, he could still see some of the flourishing scenes from countless years ago. Among them, the most conspicuous was a giant pit with a diameter of more than 300 feet and a depth of more than 300 feet in the center. This giant pit was very strange. Logically speaking, it should be filled with rainwater, but there was no liquid in this giant pit. Wang Lin walked closer to take a look. Although the night was hazy and the surrounding yin qi affected his vision, he could still vaguely see countless holes at the bottom of the pit like a beehive. The moment Wang Lin came to the edge of the pit and looked out, the two balls of light floating in the air suddenly burst out with a red light that he had never seen before. Then, they quickly fused together, turning from 2 to 3. This meant that the yin qi here had reached heavy yin quality. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He didn't rush to jump in immediately. Instead, he walked around the edge of the giant pit. As he walked, he kept staring at the three balls of light. He found that in front of him, the three balls of light had fused together, turning into two balls of light. Wang Lin understood. The key to the increase of the extreme yin quality was this deep pit. Wang Lin touched his chin and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't jump in immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground and quietly waited for dawn. Not long after, the sky gradually brightened. The moment the yin qi dissipated, Wang Lin immediately stood up and jumped in. The moment he fell into the pit, a small green sword appeared in a flash, emitting a cold light. Wang Lin looked up at the sky. Logically speaking, this place was so deep that it should have been full of rainwater for countless years. Wang Lin squinted his eyes. What he saw was the densely packed honeycomb-like holes on the ground. Although he didn't know how deep the holes were, it was obvious that all the rainwater had flowed into them. Wang Lin squatted down and touched the ground outside the honeycomb-like holes. It was slightly damp, and he was even more certain of his analysis. He carefully observed his surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he sat cross-legged on the ground and waited for night to come. The sun set, and night covered the earth. The darkness was like a flood drowning the ruins. All kinds of birds and beasts ran away, unwilling to stay in this place at night. The red light of the balls of light in front of Wang Lin grew stronger bit by bit. Finally, it turned from 1 to 2, and then from 2 to 3. Ordinary grade 4, grade 6, grade 8, grade 10, grade 1, grade 3, grade 6, grade 10, and finally it broke through to heavy yin. At this time, it wasn't midnight yet, but the quality of the yin qi had already reached heavy yin grade 1. Wang Lin was pleasantly surprised. He spread out his divine sense to observe the inside of the pit. Gradually, he discovered something strange. The increase in the quality of the yin qi had a lot to do with the honeycomb-like holes on the ground. He saw traces of yin qi coming out from the holes on the ground and quickly fusing with the surroundings. As time passed, the red light of the 3 balls of light flickered again. They had reached heavy yin grade 2. Finally, when midnight came, they reached heavy yin grade 5. Wang Lin didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately breathed in and out the yin qi according to a specific breathing method. As the traces of yin qi condensed in the sea of qi in his chest, Wang Lin discovered the difference in quality. The purity of the yin qi in his chest was 10 times higher than before. A qualitative change could lead to a quantitative change. This also meant that the time he spent to absorb the yin qi was 10 times longer than before. Now, he only needed twice the time to achieve the same result. Soon, in the sea of qi in his chest, the yin qi formed a whirlpool. This whirlpool spun faster and faster, and a strange change that happened to the Dantian meridian appeared again. The yin qi within a radius of 100 zhang immediately fluctuated and rushed towards Wang Lin. As the whirlpool in the sea of qi became bigger, the speed and range of his absorption also became crazier. In a short while, it surpassed the previous limit and reached a distance of 10,000 zhang. The range continued to expand, 12,000 zhang, 14,000 zhang, 15,000 zhang. Within a radius of 10 li, the yin qi surged as if there was a supernatural being pushing it from the dark. It crazily rushed into the huge pit and was devoured by Wang Lin. As the yin qi whirlpool in the sea of qi continued to expand, Wang Lin gradually felt that he couldn't control it. He immediately controlled the situation and used all his strength to break through the sea of qi. The breakthrough had begun. The yin qi whirlpool was like a spinning cone, trying to pierce through the sea of qi. Slowly, there were signs of the sea of qi opening. The signs became more and more serious. If breaking through the sea of qi was like breaking a tough wall, then the wall was now full of cracks and was on the verge of collapsing. As time passed, after 2 hours, the sea of qi could no longer withstand the pressure. With a loud bang, the sea of qi collapsed completely. A large amount of human potential spewed out from the sea of qi like a volcanic eruption. It quickly merged with the yin qi and formed strands of extremely high-quality yin qi. At this moment, Wang Lin's own spiritual power in his dantian immediately trembled and rushed out uncontrollably. Taking advantage of the fact that the newly formed yin qi was not strong enough, Wang Lin quickly rushed up and began to devour it. Every time a strand of yin qi formed, it was immediately devoured by Wang Lin's spiritual power to strengthen itself. Gradually, as Wang Lin devoured more and more spiritual power, the quality of his yin qi increased again and became even sharper. A nebula-like object appeared at the sea of breath meridian. It slowly rotated, and waves of blue spiritual energy slowly spread out. Wang Lin felt the extremely unfamiliar spiritual power in his body. His eyes flashed, and he lightly pointed at the stone beside him. In an instant, a blue light flashed, and the stone immediately turned into an ice sculpture, emitting strands of yin qi. Wang Lin took a deep breath and immediately kicked the ice sculpture. With a ka-ka sound, the stone shattered into countless pieces. Wang Lin took a closer look and suddenly took a deep breath. He was shocked to find that the internal structure of the stone had completely changed. There was no longer the structure of a stone. It was clear that from the inside out, there were countless cracks on the ice layer. In other words, when he pointed just now, the spiritual power in his body not only froze the stone, it also changed the internal structure of the stone and completely turned the stone into an ice stone. Wang Lin didn't know that after the series of devouring and merging, a strange change had occurred in his spiritual power. Even if Situ Nen were to wake up, he would definitely be confused and wouldn't be able to figure out what was going on. In the ancient times, other than the division of cultivation, there was also a division of spiritual power. Spiritual power was divided into 3 mysterious divisions: extreme, Tao, and beginning. These three divisions were not separated from each other. Once they were formed, they would not change for the rest of their lives unless they started cultivating again. The difficulty of entering these three divisions wasn't too high, but it wasn't too low either. Most of the time, it was by chance and by accident. In the ancient times, out of these three divisions, those with even a little bit of experience in cultivation would not choose the extreme realm. This was because even though the extreme realm had high attack power, it had too many flaws. The most fatal flaw was that it was the ultimate of all things. From then on, one spiritual power could only walk the extreme path and would not be compatible with any other attribute. This was the key problem when one broke through the original level and entered the spirit severing stage. The spirit severing stage needed to merge with heaven and earth to form a cycle and not walk the extreme path. Even so, there were many benefits to the extreme realm. It could be said that the spiritual power of the extreme realm was undefeatable among those of the same cultivation level. Once one's cultivation reached the advanced stage of the original level, even though there was no possibility of entering the spirit severing stage, one could become the most powerful cultivator below the spirit severing stage. Most importantly, as one's cultivation increased, the extreme realm didn't even need any magic treasures. This was because their spiritual power was already the most powerful magic treasure among those of the same cultivation level. As for the Tao realm, it was a realm that all cultivators dreamed of. Legend had it that as long as one's spiritual power reached this realm, then entering the spirit severing stage was just a matter of time. Because of this, the Tao realm became the biggest pursuit and dream of ancient cultivators. As for the primordial realm, if the extreme realm was death, then the primordial realm was life. It wasn't something that cultivators below the spirit severing stage could comprehend and reach. Even for spirit severing stage cultivators, the primordial realm was a realm that they could only dream of but not reach. The three spiritual power realms were all vague and unreal. Especially after the ancient times were destroyed, the rumors about the three realms gradually disappeared with the passage of time. Cultivators nowadays didn't care about their own spiritual power. What they cared about was the realm of their cultivation. Wang Lin didn't know that his current spiritual power was already developing towards the extreme realm because of the extreme immutation and the devouring. The reason for all of this was because of the Yellow Springs Ascension method. It was actually one of the few cultivation methods that could cultivate the extreme realm. However, the cultivation method that Situ Nan taught Wang Lin was very different from the Yellow Springs Ascension method of the ancient times. Many parts of the cultivation method had been damaged with the passage of time. Most of them were reorganized by later generations. As for the spiritual power reaching the threshold of the extreme realm, the most important reason was still the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin looked at his fingertips, and his eyes flashed. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and leaped out of the pit. He saw the blue-skinned man approaching him like a bolt of blue lightning. Chapter 92. Wang Lin chuckled. He no longer felt much hostility towards this strange person. Seeing how fast the strange person was, Wang Lin couldn't help but want to stretch his arms and legs. Without a word, he took a step forward and pushed his speed to the limit. The distance between the two of them rapidly closed. When a strange blue-skinned person saw Wang Lin rushing towards him, his eyes filled with fighting spirit, he suddenly cackled. When he noticed that Wang Lin wasn't using the small green sword, his eyes also filled with fighting spirit. He forgot his original purpose of coming here and quickly stopped. Without any hesitation, he tore off a piece of yellow paper and a green stream of air appeared around his body. The strange person opened his mouth and the green stream of air entered his body. In that instant, the strange person's aura suddenly erupted. His eyes revealed a dignified expression. He opened his mouth and spat out a few strange sounds, as if he was saying something to Wang Lin. Wang Lin knew that the strange person's 9 pieces of yellow paper were extremely strange. When he had been heavily injured by a spirit artifact, the strange person had instantly recovered by tearing off one of them. Ever since then, Wang Lin had developed a strong curiosity towards these yellow papers. Now that the strange person had torn off another piece of yellow paper, his strength had doubled. Without a word, Wang Lin waved his hands and spiritual energy flowed through his body. At this moment, Wang Lin's aura suddenly changed. Strands of blue energy floated around him and a dense cold aura spread out. His body revealed an extreme coldness that seemed to be the ultimate of all things. The strange blue-skinned person's eyes flashed. The corner of his mouth moved, and he spat out a word that Wang Lin could understand: strength. With that, he clenched his fist, and strange symbols flashed on his arm. His blood vessels bulged out, and he took large strides forward, punching out. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and cold spiritual energy surged out of his body. It turned into a giant fist that collided with the strange person. At the moment of contact, the strange person's body assumed a strange posture. He had one foot on the ground, and his center of gravity was shifted to the left. His breathing was uneven, and a strong wind suddenly appeared. A constantly shaking vortex appeared, blowing away all the rocks and grass around the two of them, forming a ring of empty space. A strange flush appeared on Wang Lin's face, and he involuntarily retreated 3 meters. He jerked his head up and stared in the direction of a strange man. The blue-skinned freak was even more shocked than Wang Lin. He could clearly feel Wang Lin's spiritual power entering his body through his fist, causing a strange change that terrified him. The power quickly spread from his arm to the rest of his body, and waves of extreme coldness followed. If it weren't for the strange runes flashing several times on his body, which allowed him to barely control the cold aura, his body would have been completely frozen by now. Looking at his right arm, it had completely turned into a blue crystal. To his horror, he found that the flesh and blood of his right arm had completely changed. Looking at his arm, his face was pale and powerless. Looking at Wang Lin deeply, he once again spat out a word that Wang Lin could understand: G. Wang Lin didn't say anything. He didn't know what G meant, so he shook his head. The strange man was startled. Then, he tore off another piece of yellow paper with his left hand. Green and white gas emerged, and when it dissipated, his right arm returned to normal. However, Wang Lin noticed that his right hand was still trembling slightly. He looked at Wang Lin and let out a snort. After letting out a series of roars, he quickly left. Wang Lin watched the man leave. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground and recalled the battle just now. The power contained in the strange man's fist was very strange. It didn't seem to be spiritual power, but another special kind of energy. Strength. He thought of the word that the savage spat out before he punched. Putting aside the strange power of the savage, Wang Lin was very satisfied with the power of his mutated spiritual power. This kind of mutated spiritual power that could change the structure of matter. Wang Lin named it the extreme spiritual power. G. This was the second word that he could understand after the savage saw his spiritual power. It's time to leave. Now, I just need to finish the 5th level of the Netherworld Ascension method and leave this place. Wang Lin murmured to himself. I must find the place of Earthine. Wang Lin knew that he had to find the place of Earthine. The difficulty of breaking through the aperture of the Netherworld Ascension method increased with each level. If he relied on brute force to break through the aperture, the success rate would be too low. Only by finding a high-quality place of Earthine could he increase the success rate. Although the Inchi in the ruins was very strong, according to Wang Lin's analysis, the highest level here was the place of Yellow Een, level 10 deep Een. Even if his analysis was wrong, he could at most break through the level 10 deep Een and enter the level 2 extreme Een. Among the 4 places of extreme Een, the heaven, earth, black, and yellow, there was not much difference between the black and yellow. However, the heaven and earth were different. The place of Earth Yin's superior grade was equivalent to the level 1 extreme Een of the black and yellow. As for the place of heavenly Een that could only be found but not sought, even the ordinary place of heavenly Een had the effect of black and yellow. While he was contemplating, Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and saw that the strange man had returned. After he came over, he gestured to Wang Lin for a long time. First, he pointed to the surroundings, took a deep breath, and then shook his head fiercely. Then, he pointed to Wang Lin and pointed to himself and gestured. Wang Lin gradually understood that the strange man seemed to want him to go with him. Wang Lin's heart moved, and he nodded. The strange man's speed was very fast. He was very familiar with the surroundings as he ran, avoiding the dangerous swamp pits. There was even a time when the strange man leaned into a long crack in the ground. After a few turns, he walked out from another exit. After coming out, Wang Lin immediately discovered that this short journey had actually crossed a huge swamp covered with shocking beast bones. 2 days later, the two came to a remote corner of the ruins. In these 2 days, they only stopped to rest once. At this place, Wang Lin noticed that there was a relatively intact pagoda-shaped building not far away. At the top of the pagoda-shaped building was a huge stone bead. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. This stone bead was almost exactly the same as the one at the edge of the ruins. Looking at the strange man again, his footsteps didn't stop. He nimbly climbed up the pagoda-shaped building and stood next to the stone bead. His hands quickly formed a seal and pressed on the stone bead. Before long, the stone bead overflowed with light, and a straight beam of light immediately shot towards the center of the ruins. Looking from afar, the light beam seemed to be endless. After finishing this, the strange man jumped down and waved to Wang Lin, and the two left this place. Time passed quickly. Wang Lin followed the strange man to the location where the stone beads were placed. Most of the places had collapsed, but the stone beads were still intact. One after another, the stone beads were activated, and the light beams all pointed towards the center of the city. When the last stone bead, which was the first stone bead that Wang Lin had seen before, was activated, the entire city seemed to change. Along the way, Wang Lin silently calculated that there were a total of 8 stone beads. The strange man occasionally looked up at the sky with an anxious expression. He brought Wang Lin even faster towards the center of the ruins. The two of them didn't rest at all. Finally, on the evening of the 4th day, they arrived at the center of the city. 8 beams of light shot over from afar and gathered here. When the strange man arrived, he stopped and prostrated himself on the ground. His eyes revealed a pious expression, and his mouth began to chant something that sounded like a song. As his voice became sharper and sharper, the ground trembled. A huge statue that was about 100 feet tall slowly rose from the ground. When it was halfway up, it gradually came to a stop. This statue depicted a long-haired man. The man's appearance was simple and unadorned, and his eyes were filled with wisdom. He held a long spear in his hand, and he looked into the distance with a disdainful attitude. A giant dragon coiled around his body. The dragon's mouth was wide open, and its fangs were cracked. It was a ferocious expression, and the scales on its body seemed both real and illusory. It was a ghastly sight. The 8 beams of light condensed on the statue, and the statue's eyes gradually brightened. At this moment, Wang Lin even had the illusion that this long-haired man seemed to be alive. After the statue appeared, the pious expression in the strange man's eyes became even stronger. He waved his hand at Wang Lin and pointed at the giant dragon's head, urging him to hurry. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. Without saying anything, he jumped up and arrived at the giant dragon's head. The moment he stood there, he immediately felt a majestic energy coming from beneath his feet. Wang Lin immediately sat down cross-legged. He formed a hand seal and shot out a ball of light. As soon as the ball of light appeared, it immediately split into 4. The red light was already bright to the extreme, and finally, with a bang, the ball of light dissipated. Wang Lin's heart shook. He knew that this meant that the extreme energy here had reached the limit of the yellow land. Absolute grade 10. In a pleasant surprise, he immediately breathed in and swallowed. The whirlpool in his body rapidly grew, but this time it didn't expand like before. Instead, it shrouded an area of a few dozen feet. From afar, a red circle of light appeared around Wang Lin, wrapping around the giant dragon's head. Wang Lin sat there for 5 days. During these 5 days, the strange man had been watching from below. As time passed, his expression became more and more anxious. He constantly looked at the sky, as if the statue's rise would cause some trouble. The 9 pieces of yellow paper on his body moved without any wind, clearly in a state where they could be torn off at any time. On the 3rd day, the Qihai acupoint was finally broken through. It collapsed and reformed. In the early morning of the 5th day, the Yellow Springs Ascension Method's 5th layer was completed. One more step, and he would be able to condense his second cold core. At that time, even if it was the late stage of Foundation establishment, Wang Lin would still dare to fight. Even now, ordinary middle stage Foundation establishment cultivators were no longer in Wang Lin's eyes. Next, he began to try to improve the quality of his spiritual energy and fuse it with the absolute in grade 10. As he controlled the fusion, he observed the spiritual energy. Gradually, he found that the color of the spiritual energy became darker and darker, from the previous light blue to a dark blue. He didn't know that his spiritual energy was now even closer to the extreme realm. At this time, the outside world suddenly changed. The earth immediately darkened. The clouds rolled as if someone was stirring them with their hands. Black fog appeared and gradually condensed together, forming a huge coffin that slowly descended. An illusory figure slowly appeared on top of the coffin. Its body was quickly solidifying. A hoarse voice came from the sky. "You mean, Master's nascent soul is hiding inside this statue?" On the ground, the strange man's expression changed greatly. "You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.